runs you over with my golf cart. Man, I wish that thing didn't go as long as it did, because I can't refund it now. Now I'm just stuck with like a golf game that I might not play ever again. I don't know. Rip? What do you mean rip? You have it too. When are you gonna play it on your off time? Doubt it. There, lower the music a little bit. Only $8. Yeah, but that $8 can go to like something on sale. Something I actually want to play. Granted, I don't know what I don't know. I'm sure something might pop up on Steam. I'm trying to steer clear of Steam games for a bit. I'm only focusing on like whatever I can get on my PlayStation. Saving up for well, there is a Resident Evil 7 and 8 bundle that's like for $80, which is like, I mean, you get 2 games, you get all the DLCs and the extra content for like $80. I'm like, that's pretty good. But just need to release a Steam Cube, dude. I don't think they will. I don't think they will, dude, because Steam Cube's getting slammed with lawsuits. And it's like at this point, it kind of feels coordinated. Like they are purposely like trying to keep it from launching. I feel. At this point, so I'm not even like holding out for that. B, are you playing games today? Today's Saturday, so no. Steam Machine's gonna cost you a mortgage, and yeah, I mean, well, it's not just that. There was like talk of PlayStation and Xbox gonna do the same thing too. Oh, that looks familiar. Yeah, I mean, only did it as a backdrop for the Steam announcement. But Outer Worlds, that is a artistic inspiration going forward, though.
Raccoon Beans just cheered 100 bits. Let's chat, drink the yellow Thai tea, straight from the tap B. We're fucking thirsty. Drink every last musky drop from your wrinkly foreskin. Happy Foreskin Day, y'all.
Oh shit, today is the 4th, isn't it? I forgot. Also, hey Wally. Frostbite. There was talks of them raising the price of their consoles. I don't know, like, if it's gonna be like concrete or not. I hope not. In that case, I'm gonna like try to get a PS5 Pro before that happens, but I don't know. We'll see. Damn, dude, I forgot about Foreskin Day. I mean, I guess I do have some pictures that I could post, but it's too late. I'm already streaming. It won't, and the stream doesn't go until like midnight, past midnight maybe, so it'll be over by the time. You know, obviously I can't stream any of that art on Twitch, but I don't know. They did. It based PS5 cost more than it did now at launch. Oh, okay, yeah. So they already did do that. Okay. Like, is going to buy one now? I have no clue. I mean, I guess whoever like didn't get lucky getting it earlier.
Roadhog Time 13 just cheered
like,
100 bits.
6 years ago.
Hey, I need to sacrifice you to the shiny Pokemon gods. You will become my shiny Taurus. Be the shining bull bee.
What? Hold on, let me look up what.
Hype train started.
You want me to do what now? What is this? A Taurus. Or Tauros Pokemon. Okay, so it's literally just a bull. What? Wait, what?
Bastion Sky is on board the cadaver.
Sky, hello, welcome on board. Why am I being turned into a Pokemon? Hello? It was like kind of an out-of-pocket one too. Like you could have picked any bear Pokemon, and I would have been like relatively like understanding about that. But you want to turn me into a bull Pokemon? Why? Why? Oh dang, it's gonna go cool by the way. Don't pay attention to that. That's just a placeholder. We're not working on that today. I just have it up because like I said, it's part of my stream announcement. I made a, if you go on Blue Sky, I do announcements. What?
Raccoon Beans just cheered 1,000 bits.
Ooh, getting there, getting there.
Nico Deball just cheered 100 bits. And speaking of familiar, I am here, your small magical pest. Where's my 1 hour of casting to summon me and the material component of 10 gold's worth of incense? I mean incense. I may not be able to attack as a familiar, but I will use the owl ability Flyby to annoy you with no opportunity attack. Get God nerd.
Flyby with no opportunity attack is evil. Absolutely evil, but also the incest. Fuck up. Incense. I mean incense. Oh, that's so good. Down the briefs already? No, we still got some time. Path. I know how eager you are though. Oh god. I don't know what my body needs, to be fair. I've been sick for like nearly 2 weeks. I feel like body-wise I felt good. It's just all in my nasal cavity that is just still residing there. Wait, did I show you our D&D clip? I'm trying to remember. No, the last thing I recall you showing me would have been the TikTok that wanted me to like make an account just to view it. Oh, that being said though, let me make sure. I don't think I have anything else up. I have Discord open though. So you're in luck. Really, that should have been like closed. The Telegram is closed as well, so that's good. That's good. Okay. The table is all Brits, so the amount of times I told them about incense being
just cheered
milk.
100 bits. Hey, if you want to be Ursaluna, I won't stop you, but just know that you'll be my personal ride Pokemon and dig up treasures for me. Good bear. Now use Ice Punch on the piss puddle.
I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm missing out on whatever dig you're having at me because I don't do Pokemon. Okay, so dig up treasures and use Ice Punch on the piss puddle. What? I feel like I should know, but I don't. Hold on, let me look at Nico's D&D game real quick.
Can I pick up one of these?
It's 2 minutes. That was just 2 hours. It's 2 minutes. On. I'll watch it after stream. But already this setup though, I can smell the setup. It's okay, B. We'll just get into the Pokemon. Also, where is this coming from, Roadhog? Like, at no point do I make any reference to Pokemon whatsoever, and you're the only one who's pulling out the Pokemon, like, card here. I'm just confused as to where that came from. Unless that was something established in a different stream on someone else's stream, then I have no clue. That being said, I don't know who it could be. Ethan is in Las Vegas at the LVFC. Wow, that took me too much brain power to just say letters. But I had to like say it in order though. The LVFC is a whoa.
Skyfox just boarded a cadaver with 620 passengers.
It's giving dog.
It's giving a
It's good shit.
certain kind of canine. What is that emote? What is that emote?
You feel things so hard.
Fox is on board the cadaver.
Wow. Skyfox.
It's getting kind of cute.
Kid Banshee
Hello.
is on board the cadaver.
I greatly appreciate the raid. Holy shit.
It's getting kind of cute.
We just
It's good
started.
shit.
Well, granted, I've been streaming for like 18 minutes, but I mean, we're still freshly started.
It's getting kind of cute. When am I gonna get between them cheeks?
Gruselfring is
It's
on board
giving
the cadaver.
dog.
Pudge packed.
You got some big old
Pudge pack attack. There
teeth. You
you
got
go.
some
I
big
can
old
read.
teeth. I want to smash. It's
Okay.
getting kind of cute.
Oh,
Fox is on board the cadaver.
Big ass boat.
Gonna piss and cum.
I want to
hold
smash.
on. Ew.
It's good shit.
Shh.
Nitronic Hacker is on board the
Cute.
cadaver.
Hi.
Chaos the Void Lycan is on board the cadaver. Sparkex
Welcome in,
Falcon is on
Pudge
board
Pack.
the cadaver.
The ship isn't designed for such a massive crew. Do be patient so we sort through read
This Live
messages,
Action
followers,
94 is
all
on
that
board
shit.
the
Yeah.
cadaver.
Wow. Hello, everyone.
Cody_bear is on board the cadaver.
Yeah, we're getting people like following. Holy shit. Right.
Tweeted
I
this is on
am
board the
dead
cadaver.
straight. Hold on. Let me put on clothes real quick so I can
Shamrock
properly introduce everyone.
_bear is on board
Hello.
the cadaver.
My name is DeadStrayBear. I draw an assortment of art.
August Kepler is on board the cadaver.
Shit. Hello. Welcome on in. Hello, new followers.
Shotgun_snow_bull is on board the cadaver. Bare Bones is on board the cadaver.
Wow. Should I let these play out? Should I? Well, no.
Excludedex
Well, I
is on
mean,
board the cadaver.
I probably should just go ahead and keep going.
Fallen Crack 3 is on board the
But
cadaver.
hello, my name is DeadStrayBear. I'm sure my socials
The one
like
known as
popped
Mochi
in
is on
chat,
board the
but
cadaver.
it got buried. I'm sure. But you can find me on Blue Sky as DeadStrayBear.
Void_Reed is on board the cadaver.
And I did see
Blizzabat
that.
gifted 5 subscriptions to the crew.
Being a sugar daddy, Blizz. I see you. Well, whoever he gifted those subs, I hope they enjoyed the emotes. Oh, hell yeah. But, oh, there you go. Thank you, Nico, for doing another blast of the socials. But yeah, those are places you can find me. I do have a VOD channel, so
No Problems is on board the cadaver.
no problems. That being said, I am also the primary character designer for No Way Home, which is a VN. We're currently on chapter 4. That's right, we finished chapter 3. We are now on 4. Ooh. But yeah, Sky, hello. Thank you for the raid. we usually are like accustomed to smaller groups, such as like maybe like 40 folks or whatever, but I don't know. I'm still baby at this. I'm still trying to get used to this, but it is greatly appreciated, dude. I really do appreciate it. Oh, You would think I would get used to it by now, though. I get rated in by Barley, who like drops like 400 people. Like, close. Jeez. I do need to like pop into your streams once in a while. I keep missing. But that's more like that's mainly a me thing, though. I need to like have a better sleep schedule. Barley is huge. Barley is huge. He's a big bear. Well, technically, anyone's bigger than me. To be fair, I'm a small bear. It's a lot to keep up with. Yeah. But I mean, it's mainly the main thing is the regulars, though, because as y'all rated in, it's just like a flurry of redeems and moaning in my ear. And I'm like, okay, shh. Let me greet people. But after we're done with that, though, it's insane. But that being said, though, I'll have to bring people back into the airlock. That way they can get back to be unhinged. Jeez. Elkbit, hello, welcome on board.
Elkbit is on board the cadaver.
But here, so this is here for the moment. But we do have like stuff I do want to draw, mainly outfits, but I also want to draw like a new character.
And Bare Bones just cheered 1,000 bits.
I'm Bare Bones. That's actually a good name too. I'm Bare Bones. So we're gonna try to do a couple of things here tonight. Very low energy. I am on cold medicine right now.
On board the cadaver.
So I'm a little. I feel a little sluggish. I feel like a locomotive right now, but it'll probably pick up afterwards. Anyway, y'all have your routines, I guess.
You're gonna piss and come.
There you go.
You're gonna piss and come. You're gonna piss and come.
Oh boy.
Big ass. You ain't
You're
never
gonna
suck a
piss and
toe.
come.
Pussy boy. It's giving
Dance and
dog.
play goes
Debussy.
on board the cadaver.
Dance and play. Hello, welcome on board.
Balls.
All right. So while we're getting ready,
You ain't never suck a toe. Pussy
I want
boy.
to smash.
Got milk.
I should have waited. Whatever.
When am I gonna get between them
We're gonna dive
cheeks?
into some
You ain't never suck a
videos
toe. Pussy boy.
because it's a
I want
Saturday,
to smash.
and you know, we got a lot to go
You
through.
ain't never suck a toe. Pussy
I
boy.
want to smash. I
Turn the
want
music
to
off for a second.
smash.
We're going to do our Saturday usuals, and we do have a
Debussy.
Reddit stories video.
You feel things so hard.
And I do have like a Kenny JD video like lined up later on. I was supposed to do it last week, but I totally like did not have time. I
You
think
ain't
I
never
got
suck a
sidetracked by
toe.
something.
Pussy boy.
Yes.
But
Let's go.
actually, D&D recap. I'll do a D&D recap before we actually, because I don't know when we're gonna actually do D&D again. Granted, I still remember pretty clearly as to like what has happened. And I'm not gonna do D&D recap right when we get an influx of like new faces here. They have no clue what the fuck is happening. I'll wait until a different time before we do that. I was gonna get my first D&D. You'll get it, Wally. Don't worry. But here, since y'all want to be all unhinged, let's be all unhinged together. Let's take a dive into history, shall we?
You're gonna piss and come.
And I can't
Yo.
wait until the
You're
day
gonna
I
piss and
die
come.
when I am finally
You're gonna piss and
be
come.
with you. When I'm awarded in heaven with the love of my life. Tony, I can't tell you how many times I watched this video already and how many more I will just to see your sinewy body moving like that. I need that
Turn it
body
up. It's
on
already
top of me
maxed
and
out.
in me. And I need to feel you now.
Also, I'm not. That's Wendigoon. Yeah, it's Wendigoon. They got Wendigoon to read these thirsty like YouTube comments
Your
here.
body moving like that. I need that body on top of me.
I mean, okay, if Ethan was here, he would turn these into like a redeem instantly.
Times I heaven with the love of my life. Tony, I can't tell you how many times I watched this video already and how many more I will just to see your sinewy body moving like that. I need that body on top of me and in me. And I need to feel you now.
No one could like mentally prepare
What you just heard was a comment on a YouTube video about Tony the Tiger. Because today's video is about the time when furries waged sexual warfare on one of America's most beloved
Absolutely
cereal brands.
destroy me.
Let's go.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
Let's fucking
What I'm saying
go.
is, beginning in 2014, for seemingly no reason at all, hundreds of furries on Twitter began leaving incredibly X-rated replies under every tweet made by the Tony the Tiger brand account, eventually becoming such a PR nightmare for Kellogg's that the brand was forced to directly acknowledge the furry community and beg them to stop. But they refused. And no matter what
Private
Frosted
Iron,
Flakes
welcome
did,
on board.
stop using the original Twitter account, post under allegedly a different one, rebrand Tony the Tiger as a streamer on a completely different website.
That was such a stupid thing. I don't know why they thought to turn him into like a streamer.
Darsal_Saber just cheered 100 bits.
Yeah,
This is just chat with Rupert.
it is. Yeah, it is. Hold on, let me make the video a little smaller. There you go. All right.
Furries just kept making sexual fan art of him anyway. So much, in fact, that they eventually chased Tony.
Oh wait, Danny Red Lion. I don't know if I've seen that artist. I feel like some of y'all might know though. If anyone like recognize that style, at least maybe, I don't know. But yeah. Well.
Roadhog Time 13 just cheered 100 bits. This is just me with Roadhog.
Yeah.
Off the internet for good. But how could this happen? What made this campaign so successful? Did it have anything to do with the crack?
Is that Bucci? No,
and
it's not
what were these
Bucci.
furries
It's good
posting
shit.
that was so bad that Kellogg's couldn't simply ignore them? All this and more on today's
Was my
edition
legit furry weight.
of Bad Art.
I think that's a thing that we didn't talk about, like, because Ethan was doing a whole like furry awakening movies. I don't think we talked about like just characters. Like it didn't need to be like a movie, but like I would like to. I mean, no, not like. I know that Tony would have been like a catalyst for a number of people, especially like growing up, kids see him on TV. This big, huge like tiger man, like roaring after he takes a bite out of cereal. It's like, yeah, no, like, come on, he is such a catalyst.
History. Part 1. The West. The year was 2013, and something bizarre was happening to Western civilization. Brands
Roaring after he fills
were
my bowl with
people
cereal.
now, but not just any people. They were specifically people who use Twitter. And what I mean by this is that in the 2010s, it was
DFNY
becoming
is on board
incredibly
with
common
Cadaver.
to see companies of all kinds set up a quirky internet presence.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Like that. And Frosted Flakes, the sugar cereal marketed to children, was no exception. So like every other brand was doing that year, Kellogg's set up an in-character Twitter account for their mascot, Tony the Tiger. Cool. Literally everybody was doing this,
Turian
but
is on board with
nobody was
Turian,
getting
hello, welcome on board.
endless sexual
Just joined
replies
side,
to their
gonna
tweets.
Gonna behave
Quite
and be
like
normal
Tony
about
was.
Tony the Tiger.
But to understand
I mean-
why, we have to go to the very beginning. And this is where I have to stress, for anyone who doesn't know this, Tony is a tall, broad-shouldered, athletic tiger. By itself, not an issue. The issue, and I know someone is gonna accuse me of victim blaming, but like, hold on. Wait until you see what I'm about to show you.
Yeah.
The
Orange
issue
Fox Studios is on board.
is that Tony was tweeting
Orange
artwork
Fox Studios, hello,
that
welcome on
looked like
board.
this. And this caught the attention of all the wrong people. 1 year passes.
Oh.
It is July 25th of 2014. 1 a.m. Somewhere, some furry awakes from a dead sleep with only one thing on his mind.
Elk.
The rippling physique of serial mascot, Tony the Tiger. I have to do something about this, he probably thought. And that was when he tweeted, "Can we get a nude for all the furries out there? At Real Tony Tiger." The furry stank bomb had officially been lit. Sensing the presence of furry pheromones
got
on
some
Tony's
big
account,
old
other
titties.
furries online began to spread the word. And slowly, like some kind of evil, horny mold, the comments in Tony's replies quickly
Evil,
multiplied
horny
completely
mold.
out of control and choked the life out of his tweets. They were filling his entire comment section with erotic furry roleplay. Now, it's very important for you to understand that tweets and the content of the tweets aside,
Hold on, I gotta sneeze.
this actually began as an in-joke. It's just that
never mind.
you would never get that impression if you found out about this incident through one of the 22 articles plus that came out about the story in the online press. But we're not quite there yet, so fast forward. Summer 2015. The horny Twitter replies are not just multiplying, they're getting descriptive. Pleas from crazed fans for Tony to spank them, punish them, tie them up. To a litany of things that I can't read out loud, so here they are on the screen.
Oh, we can read them. Hold on. Tony the Tiger, give me your Kellogg's Daffy. I want you to tie me up with your sticky Kellogg's and spank me like a bad wolfkin.
One guy even specifically requested that a foam finger be.
You know where to put that that finger, daddy. Take me. My tail is ready. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Involved. Needless to say, the word was out. Tony the Tiger was hot to some furries in a less than serious way, and apparently, you could tweet the freakiest imaginable thing at him and completely get away with it. But behind every joke is a grain of truth, and whether you feel that this trolling was deserved or right or wrong or whatever the case may be, the fact is, Tony the Tiger just kind of looks like furry art.
I mean, he is
Like he just does.
a Sona,
And it really
looking
does suck,
type
but
of
it is
character,
very
yeah.
unlikely
You feel things
that
so
Frosted
hard.
Flakes HQ had any idea whatsoever that tweeting images like this
Hello, Big Bear.
invites
Hello,
the people
Forrest.
who like this. By October 2015, the crazed replies had reached a fever pitch. It was a marketing disaster, and by now, one that hundreds of people were aware of. But before Kellogg's could even think about addressing this, they would have a completely unrelated PR disaster that would actually set the stage for their next viral blunder.
Is it the
You want to
screen?
know something about a blunder?
Is it the live stream, maybe?
This is my genuine, unironic, 100% grass-fed, actual, in real life chair
Wait, hold on.
that I got for sponsoring this video. And back to Tony. On October 7th, the first of 3 satire ads were uploaded to YouTube by a very evil Finnish man, who we will cover just a bit later. Titled, Tony is Back, these were highly produced commercials that
Oh, hold on. I do think there is also an element of brand bullying that goes unaddressed because of the mid 2010s brands were like starting to choke Twitter a little bit too much. I think, yeah, I mean, that's kind of when, what was it? I think that's probably around the time where like Wendy's like starting to get like doing the whole like, you know, well, I mean, she was the only one that like stood out, I think. Like she had attitude and people like that, but then everyone else started like go after like, oh man. I remember the Radio Shack one. The Radio Shack one was weird because the Radio Shack one was just horny, but I think it was just a dude who was like logged in who forgot he was like logged into the Radio Shack account, and he was just. But other than that, then yeah, like I don't know. But then again, I don't have my finger on the pulse of like what like brands are doing nowadays, but I am familiar with what happened with Tony the Tiger though, at least. Radio Shack was trying to drastically shift their brands to like a cryptic NFT thing, if I remember. Oh, I'm sure they did do that too. That's another thing too. I'm sure a lot of companies dipped their toes in that when the whole NFT bubble was a thing, which didn't last long. Now I think back about it, but whatever.
Featured Tony encouraging people to go on and achieve their dreams, something he is known to do. Here, though, the dreams were a bit of prostitution, police brutality, and exploding vests.
It's all yours, Tiger.
This understandably went viral, it made Kellogg's very angry, and more importantly, it drew completely unnecessary public attention to Tony the Tiger.
Sky accidentally
now,
watched
it's not
one of
even
these
2 days
ads
later, on October
stream.
9th, when an article comes out in Esquire detailing how Kellogg's got just epically pwned by these fake ads.
Finding that by accident.
Oh no, Tony. We'll do just fine after this complete breakfast, including my vitamin-packed frosted
I mean, to be fair,
sexting in Tony's report.
I'm guilty of like stumbling on what was it? Oh wait, I don't think it happened on this stream. I think that's right. It was just like me and the boys hanging out, right? And we were watching like 90s Christmas commercials or whatever. And we're making like a little game about like what do you think the prices are for this brand of food back in the 90s compared to now, you know? But at the end, because there was a big, like, I don't know, hour-long compilation of commercials, right? At the very end, though, they save all of the traumatic PSAs of like either like, you know, effects of drunk driving and all that, and they are holiday related. they're all holiday related, but they're just severely dark. And they save all that at the very end, and we're all going, what the fuck is this? Wait, what is this? Is this holiday? And it's like, yeah, oh yeah, Tony, not Tony, but like Molly would have had Christmas if they didn't if their mother wasn't drunk driving or whatever. Like, oh my god, the vibe completely shifted. So guilty about stumbling on commercials that are like just out of the blue.
Meant that he was being name dropped a great deal more than usual. He was already in the news cycle because of the Tony is Back series, and what's more, the amount of adult furry Tony the Tiger fan art.
Oh, I know that UI layout. That's a E621 tornado.
is exploding beyond measure. And on November 3rd, something shifts. An internet passerby, not a furry, just some guy on Twitter, he notices this Tony drama and he tweets about it. His tweet blows up, and now thousands of other people notice too. Word travels, and then the furry stank bomb explodes. On November 4th, an article comes out on Gawker.com titled, "Tony the Tiger can't tweet without furries begging him for sex." Filed under furries, it's a brief account of the ongoing harassment. Now, 2015 was a really big year for furries on the internet. They were frequently the subject of rumors and misunderstandings and cringe compilations, and rarely did they get positive press. So this was pretty bad, and it was only getting worse for everyone involved. Because not even a day later, 4 more articles, inspired by that Gawker piece, I guess, came out and basically restated the same thing to their 4 new audiences. But Tony wouldn't crack so easily. Yes, this was strange and embarrassing for the brand, but he took the high road. He didn't acknowledge, he didn't reply. He just kept tweeting. Surely, they would get bored.
Nope.
82 days pass. It was now January 25th of the following year, 2016, and the furry replies had not abated. Tony's comment section was as good as colonized, and all this set the stage for the darkest hour in Frosted Flakes history. Part 2. Hashtag Tony Tigergate. January 26th was a life-changing day for furries and for corporate America, so naturally, Frosted Flakes was going to be most affected. And be warned, this is like the most normal event that is ever going to happen in the story again. January 26th, 2016, a Friday morning, Pizza Hut logs onto their brand Twitter. Watch this, they thought. Everyone's gonna love this tweet.
What?
And they tweeted the following: not first, or pizza first. Okay, why is this relevant? Remember, there was currently blood in the water with this ongoing harassment campaign against Tony. A tiny minority of furries was already pretty emboldened, knowing that they could troll a brand on end for weeks without any consequence. So of course, they would notice the next time that a brand, accidentally or not, referenced them. Well, in this tweet, Pizza Hut is obviously making reference to garlic knots. Garlic knots are like a food item. Yet, within the adult side of the furry community, knot means something entirely different. And I really don't want to say what it is, so I will let this person explain it.
No. Knotting is a term that refers to, in biology, the male canine has, when they're aroused, there is a knot formed at the base of the penis so that the sperm will stay inside of the orifice. And that is commonly used by furries. I hope I haven't explained that terribly.
There was obviously no chance in hell that Pizza Hut knowingly did a wink and nod to horny furries on Twitter on the off chance that they would get some good publicity, right? Obviously not. It's just that there was,
trying to explain again,
blood in the water because Tony was still ignoring
What if I come back to? Why did you leave? What if I come back to? Well,
yes.
This is why companies need to hire at least one degenerate in their marketing
You feel
department.
things so hard.
Either a degenerate or just someone who's just terminally online. You know what I mean?
Until now. It was 1:30 p.m. when Tony had seen enough. The horrors of internet degeneracy had broken his spirit. And that was when the team behind his account probably said, you know what? Fuck y'all. And started blocking just absolutely anyone and everyone. Tony didn't just block the furries who left those lewd replies. He was out for the kill. Tony blocked every person who liked those tweets, who interacted with them positively or negatively, all the accounts that interacted with those people, anyone who even looked like they might be a furry, and allegedly, even a few people who were completely uninvolved but had, like, an animal-themed username.
Oh, that's, well,
but if what Tony sought by this was to lose the attention of the horny furries, he did the complete opposite. 1:57 p.m. A great noticing sweeps the furry community. But they weren't too worried. First of all, it's not like Tony could block absolutely everybody.
I mean...
Plus, Tony was probably savvy enough to understand that it was only a vanishing minority of furries actually harassing him. For example, says one, hey guys, look, I'm still not blocked by @RealTonyTiger, #blessed. Immediately blocked. Even mentioning Tony's name got you blocked. And from that moment on, any goodwill that Tony had left with the online furry fandom.
Hello. Oh man, I haven't seen it in a bit. I mean, then again, I haven't been active outside of my side of streaming.
You feel things so
I've been
hard.
sick for a bit, so it's I've been slacking on which people do watch on Twitch. A lot of W's in that sentence. But DA, welcome in. Hello. Don't worry, I'm a big hermit too. Yeah, but I want to get out of the habit of being a hermit, and then me being sick doesn't help with that, because then I just want to be in bed all day, which is what I feel like now. But we have to look back in the furry past to see how we harassed Tony the Tiger. Become a super spreader bee. Ill. Bro, I'm the same. Let's be social. Get sick. Yep. That's our bodies punishing us for thinking we can go against the grain. It's how I look at it. The universe being oh shit, he wants to actually fly out and meet friends. Oh, see, his body's not designed for that though. And then reminds me why.
Was destroyed. Embittered by this rejection, furries created an awareness movement, and they called it #TonyTigerGate.
TonyTigerGate.
And through the lethal combination of Tony already being in the news and getting constantly name-dropped on Twitter,
Raccoon Beans gifted a tier 1 subscription to Dead and Throw.
Oh, well, there you go, Dead and Throw. Well, there... Raccoon. Well, thank you, Raccoon, for giving Throw a sub. You can enjoy those emotes now.
the hashtag trended almost right away because it had now become a status symbol to be blocked by Daddy Tony.
Oh, hello. Oh, Bonfire Demon. Oh, yeah. Okay, I follow them. Oh, let me expand that one.
Oh.
There you go. Y'all go check out Bonfire Demon. Granted, that was 3 years ago, but their style is pretty good though.
The Wookie 01 is on board.
You ain't never suck a toe, pussy boy.
Wookie 01, hello, welcome on board.
But Tony wasn't the only anthropomorphic seed oil cat on Twitter that day. 3:46 p.m.
Did Chester jump in
Chester
on this
Cheetah
action too?
tweets, quote, "I welcome all fans to my Twitter feed, scales, feathers, or fur. If you enjoy my tweets, then welcome." Word about the mass sexual harassment of Tony the Tiger had spread so far that another brand entirely was now cashing in on it. Furries in the comments section could not believe their luck. Cheetos was directly pandering to them. And the comments are elated, reading things like, "Bless you for being inclusive," and "Tony the Tiger has forsaken us. All hail Chester Cheetah," and "Enjoy the Rule 34. Let's look at this in context. If you don't know, Chester Cheetah is the cool guy mascot for Cheetos, a brand of chips. Cheetos marketing is overall edgier than that of Frosted Flakes, and this is absolutely reflected in the mascots themselves. Tony is more like Superman. Chester is closer to Snoop Dogg.
I'm just a cheetah. I'm just a cool dude in a loose mood.
And in keeping with this, Chester Cheetah did the cool guy thing and leaned in to the sudden furry attention. He even responded to thirst comments.
Oh God.
On January 26, 2016, this entire sequence of events, furries attacking Pizza Hut and forcing them to delete their tweet all because they used the word "not," Tony finally setting a boundary and mass blocking his tormentors, which angered them so much that they made the hashtag TonyTigerGate go viral. And finally, the Chester Cheetah brand account swooping in to win over those heartbroken furries. All of this was more than enough to go worldwide.
I'm sure it did, yeah.
I'm being dramatic, but basically some European guy noticed all this stuff was happening and compiled it into one incredible tweet. Or as far as Tony the Tiger was concerned, day one of PR hell. January 27th, 2016, the next day. Somewhere deep in a Twitter replies section, the topic of Pizza Hut comes up. A scorned furry says they would never eat at that place. They would much rather Domino's. To which @Domino's UK responded, "Oh, you're making us blush." Same day, different comment section. Applebee's is also positively responding to furries who are indirectly making reference to Tony Tigergate. There is seemingly no corner of corporate America untouched by the incident surrounding Tony the Tiger. And that was when the second wave of news coverage swept the internet. Tony the Tiger turns his back on Twitter's horny furries, writes Gawker. Tony the Tiger is really not into all these furries asking him for sex, reports the Huffington Post. Along with MTV, The Guardian, New York Daily News, BuzzFeed, and a smattering of smaller publications. Am I saying that this was a well-known story in the true mainstream press? No. But consider the circumstances. This was a bit of internet tomfoolery happening back in 2015. Back when a video was considered to be viral if 1 million or so people saw it. So between the then viral success of Tony is Back and this whole disaster, this was a big story. This is a mind-blowing amount of press coverage over some Twitter furry drama. Like, that part I truly cannot stress enough. And that was when Kellogg's officially went on the record. Only no one noticed or cared because they did it at 9 in the morning via a statement provided to BuzzFeed. Most of the other articles I mentioned came out well after the statement had been made. It made not a lick of difference. Nevertheless, here's what they said. Quote, Kellogg's provided BuzzFeed News with a statement about the blocking of all the furries. As a company grounded in the values of integrity and respect, we recognize people's right to creative expression, but we reserve the right to block individuals who post offensive content, a spokesperson said. To no avail. And after this second maelstrom of media attention, Tony had finally had enough for real. 9:18 p.m. The Tiger issues a plea. Quote, I'm all for showing your stripes, feathers, etc. But let's keep things great and family friendly, if you could. Cubs could be watching. Smile emoji.
I mean, yeah, Tiger Cubs, but like...
That tweet, too, was thoroughly vandalized with sexual replies.
Yeah, you
By
think
February
Cubs...
6th,
yeah, no.
8 days later, everyone from Yahoo to The Daily Show would investigate the baffling case of Tony the Tiger. Also, fun thing about The Daily Show, that segment never actually materialized. But if it did, it wouldn't even be their first segment on furries.
I love that this dude has to pretend like he doesn't know what furries are.
And here is where most videos and articles about this story kind of just stop. Which is weird, because it is not like the harassment stopped, or the fan art stopped. You know, maybe people got bored of talking about it, but by no means did the story actually end here. And before I tell you the other half of this, let's pause for a second and just ask ourselves one thing.
What?
Why did this happen? Why Tony specifically? Well, sometimes the answer to a question is contained in its opposite. So ask yourself this. If I were Tony the Tiger, what is the last thing I would be doing? Part 3. Tony the Tiger.
We're all familiar with that artwork, aren't we?
Cooking crack. You can learn a lot about a character by the fan art that people make of him.
Oh, wait. Solus Canis? Okay.
And this is a bad art history video after all, so let's do some fan art forensics and see what we learn.
Got milk?
Oh, hell yeah.
The thing about Tony is that his story was at once very easy and very hard to research. Hard part first. Most of the coverage about this incident, articles, blogs, furry YouTuber reactions, most of it says about the same thing. So digging up the other information to make this mystery make a little more sense.
There's okay, I was gonna say, we're seeing a lot of fat Tony, but then like right after that, it's like hyper muscular Tony. So it's like, okay, she's balancing out like for everyone here.
Sense was not exactly straightforward, but the easy part pertains to Tony fan art. Because while there's not a lot.
Oh, hello. Hold on. I like that one though. Yeah, that was not bad. Marius Tygo, I think. Oh, I mean Tygo, like as in tiger. Duh.
Lot of Tony art online. What there is very informative.
Coco Fox, I know who Coco Fox is.
For example, Tony the Tiger is by far the most illustrated.
Wait, Kiki? As in like French Kiki? Like Kiki who does like like cute little animations? I think that's, yeah, okay.
Serial mascot on furry
I don't remember them drawing like buff Tony the Tiger though. That's why I had to question it. Like, is it the Kiki? Yep, that's him. Okay, all right. I didn't know. I normally see their cute little animations, but this is the first time seeing them do like hyper buff stuff. I know because he asked me to make the muscles better. Oh, okay. So this is like a cool little like flashback for you then.
Or websites. It's information like that that makes it easier to analyze patterns. And there was kind of a.
Oh. I know some of you want this though. I know some of you want this to happen. The blue armpit hair, that's actually a nice touch though. I do like that, kind of.
Oh.
I like the contrast. Blue nipples. Actually, blue nipples make more sense actually. But I do like the blue armpit hair though.
Pattern. So let's return to that initial PR nightmare mentioned earlier. Tony is back. To recap, on October 7th of 2015, the Finnish artist Jani Leinonen uploaded the first of 3 satire Frosted Flakes ads. These mirrored the production quality of any real Frosted Flakes ad that you'd see, but with R-rated themes.
After this complete breakfast, including my vitamin-packed Frosted Flakes, they bring.
I want to smash.
I'm gonna pour the milk on it like that.
I want to
After
smash.
this complete breakfast, including my vitamin-packed.
I want to smash.
Y'all okay?
Frosted Flakes. They bring out the tiger
I want
in you.
to smash.
Tiger.
This doubtless got Kellogg's attention, and it resulted in the temporary shutting down of the artist's social media pages.
Yeah, that makes sense.
On October 12th,
I'm sure they would.
Leinonen uploaded a final installment that weaved all of those narratives together. Titled, Help Me, the video prompts viewers to visit TonyIsBack.com to help Kellogg's act more responsibly as a brand.
Tony is confused, like the kids he used to help. Now is your chance to help Tony out. Go to our website and tell us how Tony and Kellogg's can act more responsibly.
It goes without saying, Kellogg's found this annoying and probably tasteless, and unfortunately for them.
Oh, hold on. Also, I had to watch these. Weird to think the prostitute one is the regular Darman. Wait, really? Oh, do I dare look into these? Well, I don't know. Maybe. Well, no, they're probably are re-uploads of this stuff. But okay.
Them, 1 million+ views back in 2015 meant potentially measurable brand damage.
And I wish I would have seen these
At
when
least
they came out though.
They felt compelled enough to actually make a statement. But okay. You might be skeptical that these troll ads actually fall under the umbrella of fan art. So, how about another classic? The infamous Tony the Tiger cooking crack. At least, that's how I and quite a few other people seem to remember it. But That's not actually him. It's just a buff tiger with pecs and obvious masculine appeal to a certain furry audience.
But
this
I'm
image
sure a
is
bunch of
widely
normies
attributed to
probably thought
Tony
that,
in the memes, and the timing is not surprising either.
Right.
This was originally titled Tiger Chef, and it was uploaded on September 23rd of 2016. 2016, of course, being the year of hashtag Tony Tigergate. You can see how these two got conflated.
Yeah.
Quick word on the artist of this, by the way.
Oh.
This illustration was created by someone named Tacklebox, who was
about
a well-known digital artist within the adult furry space. He no longer has an internet presence due to some extremely troubling allegations that are outside the scope of this video. That's all I'm going to say on that, but it felt worth mentioning.
That's interesting.
Anyway, why did I just spend the last...
She did homework. She did homework. Okay.
3 minutes telling you about fan art that was not actually...
I didn't expect her to go... I mean, okay, I guess if that makes sense, if she's trying to, like, pin down the original image of a tiger cooking crack, then obviously she would have to, like, find that person. But, okay, got it.
Of Tony. Well, because that
or found someone who knew the whole story, too. I mean,
pattern.
Again, she didn't need to, like, go that deep into it. But I appreciate that she did, though.
Tony Tiger fan art, or whatever just gets attributed to him for some reason, almost exclusively depicts Tony doing very...
Hey, Squiddy. Squiddy.
un-Tony-like things. The fact is, there's just not a lot of art of this guy. The only interest in him seems to be completely sexual.
I mean, that's... Oh, God. This is almost like FA faves right here. I want to go back to the other one. The other, like, picture.
This guy.
I mean...
He got some big old titties.
He do.
Only interest in him seems to be completely sexual. The absolute minority of fan art of this guy is like the normal stuff. That is really...
I want to smash!
E621, the adult furry art site, contains 977 results for Tony the Tiger. There's...
Really? I expect more.
Fabulous _honey_corn is on board the cadaver.
Fabulous honeycorn. The reveal of that, like it's saying the underscores is like it's like a slow reveal. It's like corn, but that's kind of low. I know. I expect it to be like in the thousands. I'm just like I'm a little surprised by that.
Art site contains 977 results.
Like at least 2,000, you know, or 1,000. I mean, 1,000 would have been low considering like how long Tony has been around, you know. Be the change you want to see in the world, Stray. I have drawn Tony once before, but I've only drawn Tony choke out Chip, so it's like it's very like, you know, it's Tony. You see the stripes, but and you see the arm, but that's it. Don't ask for context of why Tony the Tiger was choking out Chip the Wolf, but whatever.
Results for Tony the Tiger. There's even a meme in here tagged with Tony the Tiger that was made as a response.
Serial Mascot upset after furries draw him in porn. Sonic, that's cute. Okay, actually, I'm curious how much. If any of you were to like go to E621 right now and check out how much Sonic compared to Tony Tiger, I imagine Sonic would probably be a lot higher. I'm sure. Like Sonic is like a gateway one. I know a lot of people would have drawn like a lot of like Sonic porn. I'm just surprised that like Tony is not up there. Oh shit. Baron is coming in with the numbers. 147K. Jesus Christ. See, that's the number I expect for Tony, though. Like, Tony's only like 900? What? Okay.
Contemporaneously to Tony Tiger.
Sonic himself is only 26K. That's like still like, yeah, like leagues. Whoever said leagues, it is leagues, dude.
Okay. Point being, there's a lot of sincere thirst.
Oh. This is actually kind of crazy because like I followed them recently. Starblot? Yeah, Starblot.
Oh.
That took me a little off guard there.
It's for Tony the Tiger. Very little in the way of normal artwork and in the way of human compassion. If Tony was a real person, this would be a clear case of objectification.
Again, we're getting she's covering all like the whole spectrum, I believe. She's covering the spectrum here.
Zama makes fursuits is on board the cadaver.
Zama makes fursuits. Hello,
I want
welcome on
to
board.
smash.
Now, obviously, the existence of adult Tony fan art on the web does not mean that the Tony Tiger brand account deserved this treatment. The person or people running this account are human beings with jobs. They are certainly not the people who invented the concept of sugar cereal, let alone are the ones putting the spoon in the kid's mouth. So I'm not saying that anyone had anything coming. It just happens that the overall type of Tony art you see online would be a huge flag for a very, very online person. Not a normal person, and certainly not someone working for the marketing department of Frosted Flakes in 2015. And with our fan art forensics done, let's get to the second act of Tony the Tiger.
She's gonna talk about the stream.
Part 4. Gang stalking.
What?
Okay, let's talk about jokes for a minute. Just a minute. Because I really gotta reiterate something. To clarify, furries on the whole do not take themselves very seriously like most of the time. Most furries are aware that the internet is not real life. Therefore, sometimes they say things online that would be considered extreme IRL. Maybe some furries do it a little too often. But in 2015, the average online onlooker just wouldn't know that. So during those first two press waves, November 2015 and January 2016, this kind of nuance was like the first thing to get lost. If you were one of the hundreds of people who learned online about the Tony incident through the articles or the memes, and there were a lot of memes, you'd probably get the impression that furries were sex craze maniacs. Not that 99% of these replies, however inappropriate,
looks at chat,
were unserious. But that's not as scandalous, and that doesn't sell. So what you get instead are articles framing this as kind of like a coordinated mass sex attack by billions of furries, as opposed to like 100 people tops. With that said, the rest of the story. January 13th of 2017. Interest is again stoked in the Tony case when the YouTuber Internet Historian drops his video on the subject to immense viewership. Titled The Downfall of Tony the Tiger, it has around 6.5 million views, and while it does actually explicitly state that this was mostly a joke, few seem to remember it that way. And I'm someone who's very online, and that was absolutely the way that I remembered it. This was people being deadly serious. I think that's just the story that people wanted to hear. And what's more, even if this was all a hee-hee funny epic prank, why on earth would Kellogg's care the difference? Their brand page was getting vandalized with graphic comments. If Tony was a guy, this would be gang stalking. And in any case, the harassment wasn't even over yet. On August 24th of 2017, Tony makes the mistake of tweeting again. Underneath his promoted tweet about cinnamon frosted flakes, someone makes the random drive-by comment, "I'd fuck that tiger." In the ensuing third wave of press, one article alleges that the guy who tweeted that actually had no knowledge of Tony Tigergate, just that he thought it would be a funny thing to say in the replies to a promoted tweet.
You came in at a very interesting time. Well, both on me sneezing and also during the Tony Tiger gang stalking. I think I came at a perfect time, Stray. All right.
Because he found the concept of promoted tweets kind of annoying. Nevertheless, he got suspended.
Oh,
he complained, and unknowingly...
What the heck? My old roommate got suspended from Twitter for sexually harassing Tony the Tiger. That's not a normal tweet. That is not a normal tweet. Oh, Jesus Christ.
He reenacted the Tony Tigergate cycle all over again. 6 more articles come out, breathing oxygen back into Tony Tigergate, only this time they connected it to Zootopia.
Oh no.
One of them was a completely real Fox News article that looks like this.
The breakfast cereal icon, as they put it, can't tweet without furries begging him for sex. For example, one admirer stated, "I'll lick the cat."
Oh no, don't read them out loud. Don't read them out loud. Oh no.
That looks like this.
The breakfast cereal icon, as they put it, can't tweet without furries begging him for sex. For example, one admirer stated, "I'll lick the cat hair off. Let me wash that for you. Oops, your sweater came off." Right, Joanne?
And I just feel bad for the poor kid right out of college who's in charge of this Twitter account. It's like, I don't know what to do.
Quick word on Zootopia, by the way. It's a can of worms. Suffice to say, if you haven't seen it, it's a movie about animals. It came out in 2016. It made $1 trillion. It caused almost as many furry awakenings. And it majorly pushed furry-adjacent design language into the internet mainstream. People were more aware of furries than ever before.
Yep.
So it might have been a little related to this. Maybe. By now, probably hoping that the dust had already settled, furries had made their responses, and they would continue to. Most of the furries responding to this publicly said it was inappropriate, said they didn't necessarily condone it, said there were more productive uses of people's time, and a lot of them made the note that whether anyone really likes it or not, furries just don't have great representation online right now, and participating in campaigns like this did make them look bad.
Film companies and cereal companies know about furries, but so do juice companies, car companies, mattress companies. They all have nodded to the fandom in their advertising. Furry has more traffic online than ever before, so it's up to all of us to make sure that when someone looks up the word furry, that they don't just see the worst examples.
And Tony's tweets, albeit to a way lesser extent, would continue to get vandalized forever. In Kellogg's final attempt to inject Tony into internet culture, in late 2022, they made Tony the Tiger into a VTuber. If you don't know, a VTuber is a guy
Why did they
like
do
this.
that?
You know what I mean? Like, dude, this is me breathing normal.
They were breaking
Jesus
new ground,
Christ.
and by manner of turning Tony into a Twitch streamer, Kellogg's hoped against hope that it would work.
I don't know
But it
why they
didn't.
thought
His comments,
that.
again, were filled with innuendos and eggplant emojis. At one point, he even acknowledged it. He expressed bewilderment at just how much the people like him.
I'm flattered that a lot of you have said that you like me, and a lot of you told me that you really, really liked me.
And with this last twist of the knife, Tony called it quits indefinitely. November 1st, 2022.
Oh.
In his final ever tweet, Tony advertises limited-time blueberry frosted flakes to tie in with the Avatar film. His reward? As obscene a comment section as ever. And that was it. Tony or the Kellogg's team or whoever they had been successfully chased offline. Well, that's actually not true. Tony the Tiger did have one, and only one, online refuge. The furry art websites.
Well, yeah.
Part 5. Sonic. It should come as no surprise, given everything that we've learned, but there wasn't exactly a precedent for normal Tony fan art online, ever. So in the vacuum created by his sudden and seemingly permanent absence after 2022, nothing really changed. The same people who found Tony attractive, be it for the meme or sincerely, would continue to make adult furry art of him. And lacking any other prominent meme, this remains Tony's strongest connection to internet culture. So, in the worst way, Tony did get the amount of viral traction that he wanted, just of an unusual variety.
Yeah,
and I'd just like to make a final point, now that the dust is settled. It might seem funny, but I actually think Kellogg's was completely in the right to take this as seriously as they did. Imagine not being able to Google Frosted Flakes without seeing furry hole. That is not the kind of brand damage that everyone can recover from. We can laugh at Tony for mass blocking, although realistically, I don't know what other options he had. But let's think of it this way.
The account,
even though this undoubtedly sucked for Kellogg's,
people was
this
not gonna
might
help.
have been for the best. Is it possible that Kellogg's dodged a nuke? We'll never know. But I really think deep down, Tony the Tiger is an understanding guy. And if he ever got to meet any of the thousands of furries who genuinely admire him, I'm sure he'd say,
"They're great."
This has been Bad Art History. Thank you, as always, to the patron cells for keeping the dream alive. You guys are... It's because of you guys that I can keep paying my editors to make these absolutely demented visual spectacles. And that means a lot. If you want to see me mess up and laugh during my lines and just all the stuff that I cut out of the video, please consider becoming a patron. Okay, bye!
Hello, welcome back to my channel. I'm
Whoops.
Xeno, the personification.
I have autoplay. Stray, where's your Tony Tiger art? Like I said, I've drawn Tony the Tiger, but like not in full. Like I've drawn him choking out Chip the Wolf, but that's it. That's as far as I've gone with like that, to be fair. But I don't know. I can't say that I've drawn him before. I mean, I'm not against it. I just don't have any like solid ideas. I've drawn Tigger though. I've drawn plenty of Tigger though. Kellogg the brand being founded by a hyper-Christian oh yeah, that's right. Sex negative oddball makes it extra weird. Yeah, didn't he think like, oh yeah, like he thought the sugar is like the catalyst for why people get horny or whatever. So he made like the most bland cereal for that. So, did he also? I don't think he did the whole straitjacket like thing, right? Like the anti-fap jacket. I don't know if that was him, but Stray, would you draw me getting choked out? If you ask nicely, sure. I still need to draw your character in general, but if you want to do a little like want to make it spicy, it's like, hey, like, okay, I'm not against it. Anti-fab jacket, let's get one for Dorsal. I mean, to be fair, yeah, I don't think he's he has not been given the pass yet, so not like he would like need it anyway, because he doesn't have to pass. You could spice me up, Daddy-o. I was not mentally ready for Daddy-o. Would you draw me choking you out? I think I've drawn you doing worse, but sure. Furries have a reputation of being like addicts of you know, I don't know if I can say the actual like thing, but corn. Zama, you can say whatever here. This is like 18 plus like stream. Like things have been said here. People have like said like near death experiences. People have like trauma dumped in chat. It's fine. You can go. You can be. We're all adults here. So you can say whatever. Just putting that out there like right now. Even though I'm pretty sure my Nightball would have said that the chat rules fooled me. I'm pretty sure. Well, like, yeah, we wouldn't want people who are young to be here. I think. What does my thing say? I don't know. It's been such a long time since I wrote it. It usually says like, oh, you need to be like of age, otherwise you'll be traumatized if you stay here, type deal. But I don't know. The worst you've drawn is another Noel listening to my balls, and you know it. Well, okay, not of Noel's, but keep it PG-13. Does it really say that? Oh well, that severely needs to be updated. Hold on. Does it really say PG-13? I don't remember, unless that was the very first thing I did when I first started streaming. Hold on. We gotta change that. Let's go to Nightbot. That's when I was trying to be like semi-professional streamer back in the day. God. I say back in the day, but what is it now? It's been like almost a year? No, fully a year.
Vegeta is on board the cadaver.
Literally the only rule. I'm trying to find out where I That was before he got canceled. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that was true. That was a PG-13 space. It's hard these days to find an actual 13 plus space. Even Twitches like they do is a plus medium. Yeah. I mean, like I said, we're adults here, but I'm trying to find like where did I put the thing where it says like keep it PG. I don't remember. Oh well, I'll dig through that. Unless no, never mind. You add a 18 plus tag to your stream. Yeah, okay. I will do that. Let's do that. Boop, 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 and done. I think, did I? Oh wait, I only need 10 tags. Okay, well, I gotta get rid of one of them. Okay, let's see. Let's get rid of why? Yeah, you can see how like I don't update that shit because I still had Dead Space on there. I didn't need that. That was like forever ago. Alien 2. Alien, I might keep up because I did buy Alien Isolation. However, Alien Day does not land on any of the days I stream. So that's where it's gonna be a little tricky because I really want to play that game. Especially it's been a few years since I played it, so it's gotta be hella rusty. This tag contains invalid characters. Are you for real? Okay, you know what? I'll figure that out later. I'll figure that out later. But yeah, none of the days that I stream land on Alien Day. When does Alien Day? 26th, which I believe is a Sunday, which is a day we usually play D&D. It's not a streaming day, unfortunately. So the most I can do is do art on a Saturday and draw alien art, but that's it. Like, that's the most I can really do, unfortunately. Oh, whoops. So got that stream stuff up. There you go. But yeah, that's the most I can do. Unless I could do like I could do something for Earth Day. Well, actually no, when is Earth Day? Let me look that up real quick. When is Earth Day? Earth Day 226. It's a Wednesday. God damn it. Never mind. It's a Wednesday, my dudes. We can't do, okay. I try to be cheeky. It's like, what if I do alien stuff on Earth Day? But apparently it's not. Oh yeah, it's still pretty cool. I'll definitely need to watch a movie that day. Yeah. When adding +18 as a tag, it has to be written out as, oh, that's dookie. Why? Okay. We'll do that. Add. There you go. Done. Unless you and Ethan switch a day? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. We don't really switch days. Are mods unable to edit your tags and rules? Do I have permission to do that? Or did I give mods permission to do that? I don't know. Again, baby streamer here. Oh wait, Nico. Nico, are you here? I don't have permission to do it. Okay. Because if Nico's here, Nico tends to be like the granddaddy for Twitch stuff. But he might be occupado right now. It's fine. We'll continue on here. Let's go ahead and do Reddit. You have to give mod the editor role. Yeah, which I'll do afterwards. Because like I just want to get to the video.
Hi, welcome to Smosh Reads Reddit Stories.
And art as well. I don't want to be that person who like does text does tech support while on stream and just kills momentum, which I already killed momentum already.
Shane. And today is all about updates. Now, I know people have been asking for us to do updates on stories we've read in previous episodes of this show. That is not this episode. We found new stories that have a lot of updates, but we will be doing that at some point. We have a whole team compiling stories from the past and searching the internet for their updates. And by team, I mean Emily and Marcus are hard at work, and Bailey as well. Sorry, Bailey is currently not here in this room. This episode today is actually being directed by Marcus.
Woo!
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. So I'm going to do this just like Culinary Crimes. Have you ever read a story that was so freaking weird?
I think we're missing an asshole.
I am joined by two people who have updates for me, Trevor and Angela.
Update. We're moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is actually true.
I've been having some hip pain.
Oh,
personal.
Well, that's
okay.
an update.
I don't know. I was literally trying to think of things.
No,
let's get medical. Yeah,
I'm doing stretches. You know,
that's good.
Yeah, I think it might be a basketball thing. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah,
you do a lot of basketball.
Getting old.
Yeah,
and you're tall.
Yeah.
But don't say you're getting old when you're like 8 years younger. You're not allowed to do that.
Just like don't really do that.
Just settle down. Dude. You're
Just
in your
don't do that.
20s. Yes. So we are moving. As some of you watching this, and if you're listening, you're not seeing it. We are in a temporary studio right now. The Smosh Studios are moving to our brand new space
And
in
I'm like,
Oxnard.
moving.
Moving.
I'm like, I think we're gonna go right back to the same building. And I think they're just like,
we're gonna come back.
Moving.
Front desk, just the same person, but with a mustache.
We're
Like,
gonna-
hey, welcome!
Yeah. I think it's all an elaborate pit video.
Yeah.
We're moving.
Guys, it might be a prank.
I just can't let go of Rancho Cucamonga like that.
I
you
know.
It treated us so well for so long.
I know. I'm gonna miss Rancho Cucamonga.
You outgrow Rancho.
But I hear Oxnard is gorgeous.
This is awesome. Okay, we're doing full Oxnard.
I'm committing to Oxnard.
Great. I wanted to try Ventura Beach.
Close.
Yes.
It's right
there.
It's right
there.
That's what I'm saying. It's perfect.
It's maybe we're in between Oxnard and Ventura.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're right there. We have our own little lot on the beach.
Yeah, and we'll.
Dude, that's where my
Thank you,
grandpa's
Si.
carpet shop is.
Dude.
And we're right next
And
door.
we're in my grandpa. We're filming from my grandfather's carpet.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to be more specific, our studio is actually on the 5th story of a condo building.
Yeah.
So we're actually in a residential building, but our studios are right there smack in the middle.
Yeah.
It's a permit thing. We can do a lot more now.
We're allowed to do whatever we want.
We can get pretty crazy.
Yeah, this podcast really good, so we're allowed to do stuff now.
Really good. Podcast doing good.
Podcast doing good. We can break laws now.
That's how it works.
We can break zoning laws. All right, are we ready to hop into some stories?
I'm so stoked. Every single one has an update.
It'd be really funny if we did updates episode
And
one
there
of
were
them just
no
did.
updates?
We get to the story and Shane's like, next story.
Sorry, we lied. Okay, let's begin. Our first story comes from Am I the Asshole, posted in December of 2025. Am I the a-hole for making my daughter's boyfriend buy a new t-shirt? Okay,
Depends,
can you please settle a mild dispute for my family? On the 23rd of December.
It depends on the t-shirt. Like if the t-shirt is like obscene, then maybe not. Like if it's like if it's like a t-shirt that straight up just has porn on it, and they come by the house a lot, I think it's fair for you to like say like, hey, how about you wear something else? But if not, then we'll find
December,
out.
my daughter, who's 19, her boyfriend, 19, came over for dinner. We had dinner then because he's going away with his family for Christmas. He arrived, rang the bell, and I answered the door. He came in, took off his jacket, and that's when I saw it. He was wearing a t-shirt that said, "It's not gonna suck itself."
Oh. Okay.
I took one look at that shirt and asked him if he had any money. He said no and asked why. I told him that the shirt showed a marked lack of respect for both my daughter and my wife. I pulled 2 20s out of my wallet and quietly ushered him back out the door and towards the Walmart 3 miles away and told him to buy a more respectful shirt.
With 40 bucks?
With 40 bucks. To buy a more respectful shirt and come back with it on. Mind you, this whole exchange took place between him and I without an audience. He was gone for 15 minutes, came back with a nice polo shirt on. We had a nice dinner together and nothing was mentioned of the incident.
I mean, you could have like told, well, I mean, okay, you gave him money. Okay, sure. But you could have told him like, hey, can you like go back home and like just change your shirt or something like that? Like, or something. I don't know. Giving him money is like, you're like, I've done that where it's like, that's if I'm like really pissed. Sure, I get that, but
the next day, my daughter came to me and her mother and told us what I did humiliated him. They aren't in breakup territory or anything, and no yelling or anything of the sort went on. My wife did tell me I could have handled it differently.
Yes.
So, Reddit, am I wrong for handling it this way? And if so, how could I have handled it? Edit, I'm 57, and a long-haul truck driver. So I've had my share of bad moments. Most of us guys here can remember stupid things that we did as a teen, even into our 20s. The ones that stand out for me are the ones where someone didn't react with anger or malice. They were the ones where someone reacted with constructive kindness, one where a quiet redemption was offered, where a mirror was quietly held up to my behavior. Those are the ones I learned from and appreciated the most. Hopefully he comes out the other side with a new appreciation for kindness offered quietly and without fanfare. Just my thoughts.
It's not the worst, but it's not
okay.
Great. Like
this
she
feels
did
pretty
give
clear
him
cut
money.
for me.
She didn't like tell him
I think
to, like,
he handled it very well.
Buy,
right? The shirt, hilarious. Bad though. I don't know what that guy was thinking. Showing up to dinner with for his girlfriend and her parents wearing that. Bold choice. He got lucky.
Yeah, really bold choice.
He showed up and it was just the dad, and the dad did that and didn't kill him.
Yeah.
You.
I think
Don't
what,
you
what,
do
no,
this
no,
now.
I think no. Honestly, I would say if I wore the T-shirt, I would think that maybe it's like a funny shirt,
very
right?
generous
But
for
no,
him to like.
sorry,
pay
do you want to?
Oh no, you should.
Okay,
It's like,
I think that
just
the
think like $40.
I just think that it would be like so crazy.
The shirt,
I think
okay.
The shirt said it's not gonna suck itself, indicating like his dick, which is like a shirt like that's something you wear like around the house, like with your SO. You know what I mean? Like with your boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever. Like you just chilling. It's a funny shirt, whatever. Not when you're gonna see the girlfriend's parents and have dinner with them. Like that's not that's not appropriate at all. That's on Sweet Home Alabama shit. Yeah, you would see that now, would you? Oh wait, hold on. My Nightbot came up. Yeah, my Nightbot said this is 18 plus straight. Okay, so that's there. Okay, interesting. Oh wait, do I have it set to like pop up randomly? Maybe that's it. Anyway, regardless, I'm being sidetracked though.
Gotcha.
All right.
Got ya.
And you can do a seemingly quick cut out of that.
I knew it. This combo.
It's only if we're waiting outside for too long.
Yeah,
we get scheming.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. This shirt's hilarious.
No,
There
that
it is.
like truly. I mean,
when I said, okay, you guys kind of got me for a second. So when I said that shirt hilarious and you didn't respond, I was like, oh no, is this really? Shit.
Like, it's actually not that funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually,
so sorry.
no.
I
It's
guess
actually
I need to rethink that.
Okay. I love that he like is already defending himself in the post.
This guy handled this very well.
And he's like,
thought.
and I think I did the best job at what I could.
I think you did a great job.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, for him to be like, here's $40.
Jesus.
Like, I feel like there are people out there that would have been like, get out of my house. I never want to see you again. Like, there are people that would flip out over that. The fact that he was like, hey, man, like, here's some money. Just please go get a new shirt.
This solution isn't kicking him out. Like, he's still invited
Still
in.
saying come back.
So it is like kind of a respectful way at like
Go get a
laying down
shirt.
boundaries.
Yeah.
And the boyfriend did go and get a nice polo shirt instead of going to Walmart, and he could have gotten another disrespectful shirt. He could have come back with the man, the legend.
Yeah, if this was a Lonely Island sketch, he'd come back and it'd
with
be like
something worse.
Something worse.
Yeah.
We'll suck that. It was like
He comes back when he just put the shirt backwards. Like, what?
and he's like drinking a beer. He's like, thanks for the $40.
Also, reminder, the boyfriend and girlfriend have been dating for 4 months. So this is probably one of the first dinners he's having with the
That's
parents.
what he
and he
wore?
wears that shirt. And those shirts aren't like, come on, he's got to have other shirts.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to just not dress like well to see your girlfriend's parents. Like, you would want to kind of dress up a little bit. But to choose that shirt, this was the 23rd of December.
Yes, that's great.
It is Christmas.
What I'm wondering is like, the girlfriend obviously has to have a good sense of humor, but like, I'm surprised for her to not be like, hey, I think that shirt's hilarious. Maybe we wear something different. But the fact that like, I'm trying to figure out like if there's an acceptable age for this to be like, let the kid wear the shirt. And I don't know that.
I don't think
yeah,
I think it's the first time meeting the parents, 4 months in. It's like it feels like it's on its way to be serious, but it's not just yet. It feels like it's an important meeting. Like I remember, I was a little bossy with my first boyfriend when he met my parents because I was like, "Do you mind if we pull over and you and we grab something for you to give my mom?" Like I was a little, but I was nervous.
You want to make a good impression because if you make that bad first impression with the parents, it lingers.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I want everything to be cool. I want my parents to like you.
And I like how OP, the dad, was like, I did this in a respectful way that was like showing what I needed changed.
Yeah.
He wasn't just an asshole to be an asshole.
And he's a 57-year-old long-haul trucker. He's probably a bit of an intimidating figure.
Yeah.
Right? Like I'm imagining a type of guy that's like, you don't want to piss off.
Yeah.
So to get that response is like, you better be lucky. You better be happy that that's what you got.
$40.
The woke thing to do would have been for the girlfriend to wear the shirt.
That would have been pretty woke.
Yeah, it would have been woke because it's
I'm
like,
just saying.
whoa.
What if they just switched shirts?
What?
Yeah.
What's another way he could have done this? Been like, please put on one of my shirts? Like what do you...
And so he comes back out with a shirt that says it's not going to suck itself. It's just bigger. Just an XL of it. Verdict was not the asshole.
I agree.
Right.
Comments.
Yeah, yeah.
You were very classy about it and even gave him the opportunity to get a new shirt instead of just going home and changing. Not the asshole. 14,000 upvotes. Someone said, not the asshole. I think you handled it well. He was an idiot to think that shirt would go over well with his girlfriend's family and is lucky you didn't give him more grief for it. Someone responded to that saying, giving him money to get a new shirt and letting him come back shows you were willing to give him a second chance. Plus, it showed you have compassion by pointing out the issue, but also giving him help with a solution instead of leaving him on his own to figure it out. I'm curious what male role models he has, if any. Being a teenager, he probably doesn't realize the full implication of how disrespectful his shirt was.
Fatherless
I think you handled it with
behavior.
excellence and grace.
Yeah.
Someone said, why on earth would your wife be against this? OP said she just hated the idea of him being put on the spot. I did point out that I could have done it in front of everyone. Yeah, he could have. He put on the spot. He was not put on the spot.
He wasn't, yeah.
He saved him.
Yeah, I fear that this
from the spot
couldn't have gone any better.
No, I don't know what other solution is better than that.
Yeah, I feel like the mom just didn't like the confrontation of it all, and she's blaming the dad because she knows him rather than blaming the person who wore the shirt.
Someone said, question, what else was on the shirt? Still in bad taste, but was there a graphic printed on it of, say, a lollipop or something like that? OP said, an arrow pointing down. No,
it's like really sweet that Reddit was like, let's think of all the options.
And then underneath the arrow, it said, I mean my penis, just so you know.
And he said, dad and mom of my girlfriend, see here, penis down here.
All of you suck this. Yeah, I think it's a huge red flag that the boyfriend wore that. Like, I kind of don't care what male role models he has. I'm like, he knew what he was doing. It feels so disrespectful. And even worse now is that after the dad did that, the boyfriend then made a big thing about it to the girlfriend and is making her feel bad about it and putting it on her.
That is honestly a bigger red flag than the shirt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, something I did made you feel uncomfortable. I'm going to be mad at you for feeling that way.
Yeah, I don't like this guy.
No.
So we have an update.
Okay.
Where do we think, I don't know where this could possibly go. Is the boyfriend worse, or do we find out that how the dad handled it? Is he lying about how he handled it? But I don't think,
Reddit has burned you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm not buying an unreliable narrator from this guy.
No, I don't think so either.
I'm buying there's smoke where there's fire. This guy isn't that great of a guy to his girlfriend, and they're going to break up.
Yeah, that shirt kind of shows his values.
Here's what I'm thinking, and I know this is probably crazy, but I'm just going to throw it out there. The boyfriend sneaks into the dad's closet and finds the same exact shirt and confronts him about being a hypocrite.
That would be the most epic version of this.
That would be pretty incredible. I think maybe could even be a movie.
Yeah, honestly, kind of like a morality tale.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's thematic.
Update the next day.
Oh, fun.
After reading these comments and listening to everyone's point of view, I sat my daughter down this morning and asked what her boyfriend actually said to her. This changes my opinion of him. Apparently, he'd not told my daughter what the phrase was on the shirt, but did tell her accurately what I said to him and asked him to do. He didn't use the word humiliated. That was my daughter's interpretation. Her rush to defend him came from our examples. Apparently, she's taken note of the times I've defended my wife and vice versa. She also took note of our disagreements in private after the fact. She She is going to talk to him when he gets back tomorrow to follow up on why he thought the shirt was appropriate for the family setting. I'll update again after the conversation. Okay, so he told his girlfriend, your dad made me change my shirt. It's like, what was on the shirt? It was just a normal shirt or whatever. Like, he didn't tell her, well, I was wearing the it's not going to suck itself shirt.
I was wearing the shirt you hate.
The shirt that demeans you.
Well, I was wearing the shirt you told me not to wear. When we
yeah, it's not a big deal. Okay.
I'm already like, okay, they're not really communicating.
All right, so the boyfriend sucks more.
Yeah, not looking good for him.
No, I think it's going to get worse. Update number 2 comes hours later.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Great.
Update number 2. My daughter called him about an hour ago, and this will be informative. She asked him why he'd not told her what the shirt said when he talked to her. His reply was telling, because it was embarrassing. Then she went on to ask him why he wore it originally, and he admitted that the shirt had been a gift from his older brother, who's 21, and that the older brother had dared him to, called him chicken when he objected, etc. Dumb sibling crap, apparently. She went on to tell him that none of what he'd done was cool, and that she really liked him, and that he'd always been kind to her. She said she wasn't breaking up with him, but that these steps needed to be done. First, he needed to explain to his parents the entire situation. Second, he needed to show up in person to our home and bring the money for the shirt and, as she put it, put in a whole ass-kissing session that included the explanation of the dare, etc. She said that if this was handled well, they could talk about moving forward and what that looked like. After the phone call, she talked to her mom and I and admitted that she forgot her worth. She said that as long as she'd been alive, I had never gone out of my way to embarrass her mom and that I'd always been respectful and not let anyone be disrespectful to her mom. Made me feel really good. So she wasn't going to settle for less. Good for her. I'll update after this visit later tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so the boyfriend's now saying, well, my older brother dared me. He called me chicken. And that's very powerful. That's,
and at the end of the day, what can we say, huh?
That's basically a spell.
Honestly, though, like,
I wouldn't know.
I've been this whole time, I'm like, what could compel a person, a 19-year-old person to wear this shirt? And that's just about the most believable thing.
We don't play
Enter evil, ugly older brother.
19.
You should wear it, dude. You should wear it.
What, chicken?
What? Come on.
P word. I'm not gonna.
We asked earlier what male role models does he have, and we found out he has a brother who's 2 years older than him, and that's not good.
And that ain't good.
I'd consider
having
myself
a brother 2 years older than you, rough.
And being called a chicken, death.
Yeah, death.
I'd consider myself like, I think I was, relatively like normal amount of dumb for a 19-year-old. I don't think anybody could ever, no matter what you said to me, convince me to do something. I'd be like, you're the dumbest person alive. I'm not going to do that.
Maybe though he was like really wanted his older brother's approval.
Yeah.
And his older brother was like, it's chill, dude. Just wear it. It's funny. And he like,
why wouldn't he just wear it and then go and change it on his way? Maybe he didn't have a backup.
He would be a chicken.
Be more of a thing of like why he could be lying about it.
Because ultimately that would make him a bigger chicken.
I not understand he would be a chicken.
He would literally become a chicken.
His brother will know.
His brother's just in the bushes watching, walk up to the house, just like,
you call me the spell.
He like secretly changes the shirt for the dinner and comes back home, but he puts on the it's not gonna suck itself shirt, and he comes back in and his brother's like, where are you going?
Haku Wolfa Mutt. No, wait, no. Wolfa Mute. Wolfa Mute. Okay. That's a mouthful, but welcome on board.
Smells like chicken.
Or he wakes up the next morning.
You changed that shirt, didn't you?
He wakes up the next morning. We find out his brother is like a witch, and then he wakes up and he like feels feathers on him. And he's like, "Oh my god!
Oh no!
I'm a chicken!
Oh no! Oh my god!"
But honestly, in all sincerity, your siblings' opinion of you and your siblings calling you not cool when you're young is like really sad.
It's death.
And you will do anything. And I feel bad for him because that sucks. That was bad advice.
My brothers were luckily so much older than me that they didn't do anything of that level, but they did have that power over me when I was a little kid. I would have done anything.
Yeah.
Right? But you have a sibling who's about that age difference, right?
Yeah, he's 3 years younger than me.
It's powerful. It's a powerful,
Yeah, I mean,
siblings that close in age, but you were older than him.
And he still, if he says anything I do is not cool, I'm like,
it's rough.
I kept saying tats instead of tattoo.
Like it's
when
not
we were both getting
too
tattoos.
crazy.
And he texted me with the artist. I'm getting tattooed. We're both getting sibling tattoos. And I kept going, so what's like the longest tat you've ever given? Or what's and I kept saying tat. And I was like, that's a cool tat. And my brother texted me in all caps, please stop saying tat. It's really uncool. And he was right next to me in the
But also it's like,
Oh, that'd be devastating.
But it is like really uncool to say tat is what I learned.
not armored
think it's that
up.
bad.
Like, that's a
he doesn't
nice
need to be
tat.
armored up. He
Yeah,
just
you're
needs to be,
fine.
like,
But you know, siblings, it just cuts deep.
Oh, yeah.
Because it just right goes back to when you were like a kid and you had no freaking like
I don't know.
any
A beast like
confidence.
me doesn't really care.
Yeah?
I've talked about my brother though.
Beast like me.
A beast like me doesn't get
like me. All right. Update number 3.
Well,
the next day. It's December 28th, 2025. This will make those of you following this saga laugh. I received a call this evening from Mr. Boyfriend's parents. Firstly, they are mortified and extremely apologetic. Secondly, and the best part of this update, I have their permission to squeal, is that his parents are on Reddit and commented on my post in support of the way I handled the situation. They told me that they love my daughter and that we'd raised her right and had not raised their sons to show this level of disrespect for anyone, let alone his girlfriend. Apparently, Boyfriend was following up on one of my daughter's conditions and went to talk to his parents. As the story unfolded, his mom reached for her phone, opened Reddit, and yelled, "Is this about f***ing you?" To quote his dad, as the son read the first half paragraph, he died a little inside. So anyways, they are going to come to dinner tomorrow evening with Boyfriend. More updates tomorrow night. Oh, dude, your dad...
Wait,
your parents are Redditors, dude.
This is crazy. But also, they're going to dinner. They can do something really funny.
They could.
They could be extremely funny. Is this play about us? That's what that is. Is this about you?
Dude, you know, honestly, that's something that I'd never considered before is the people inside of the Reddit story not being aware that they're in a Reddit story. Like the fact of him seeing like, oh my God, there's this Reddit thread about me in real time. That's crazy.
That's rough.
If I'm that mother, I'm losing it. I'm going, where's the shirt? Oh my God.
What if he showed up to the dinner wearing a shirt that says "It sucks itself"?
This situation
Don't worry, it sucks
Or
itself.
I go, fine, I'll suck it myself.
I'll suck it myself. A shirt that says "This is such a Reddit story."
Merch.
My life is a Reddit story,
My
bro.
life is a Reddit story, bro. Suck it. Update number 4. Dinner was very pleasant. Let me say that his parents are great. Boyfriend showed up with red roses for my daughter and yellow roses for my wife. He offered what I thought was a very sincere apology and a card with the entire $40 in it, even though he'd given me the change and receipt on the original night. I cooked tonight to give my wife a break. I made an Indian dish called butter chicken with basmati rice. Neither had eaten curry before, but loved it. Woohoo.
Oh, they're white.
What am I reading?
I made an Indian dish.
What am I reading?
This just turns into David Copperfield.
What am I reading?
After that, we traveled out into the countryside. Years later, my daughter graduated. As it turns out, his older brother is the family athlete. JV soccer, varsity soccer, and a sports scholarship for soccer.
Say.
The quintessential jock. Little brother is the exact opposite. Artistic. He's got real talent. Sensitive, quiet. Felt like he never measured up to his big brother and works to gain his big brother's respect. Brother takes full example of this and exploits his little brother for shits and giggles. Near the end of dinner, my daughter says, "I think I'll keep him around for a little longer. You guys okay with that?" We are good with that for now. His mom is the boss, though, for thinking outside the box. As punishment to the older brother, mom went into his clothing drawers and closet, took every shirt off of him, and bought him 8 very bright pink t-shirts that he'll wear until he realizes just how damaging exploiting anyone is. His access to cash is also cut off until said lesson is learned. Anyway, a successful night with new friends was enjoyed. Hope this was the update you hoped for.
It came with butter chicken and all that fun stuff.
They disowned their other son.
And he's got to wear pink.
These are grown-ass kids, man. This is a 19 and a 21-year-old. Like, come on, though.
I guess I don't know, like, what high schoolers go through now. I feel like wearing a pink t-shirt does not hit like it did back in, like, 2003.
Yeah, it feels very 2005.
I think wearing a pink shirt, I don't think is a problem for any
I have a
high
pink
school
shirt
kid.
right now.
Yeah.
Well, not
Also, is 20. He's 21. No.
Oh, he's 21. He's
like
wait. Sorry, that's right. I forgot.
And his cash flow is cut off. Like, who is this?
I'm like, no, he's an adult who can do what he wants.
He's an adult whose mom is taking him shirts and not giving him money.
Maybe that's her like G-rated way at giving him the revenge back, because she like didn't want to give him a disgusting shirt, but she was like, I'll make you feel girly. Like, I don't think it's so.
Haha, you're a girl now.
This is so good.
So weird.
He is 21. I forgot. I don't know why the way they were talking, it was like, oh yeah, I guess sure, but no. What?
I love that they
The
listed.
way they're talking like JV soccer, varsity
too.
soccer, like it sounds like they're in high school.
I know they're listing all of it. JV this, varsity this.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
I love this family. I want to hang out.
Oh, okay. I was confused. In high school, he was doing all that soccer stuff, and now he has a soccer scholarship to a college. I just like that it's like, we took all your clothes away and cut off your cash flow. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go to the bar. Like, all right, you guys are weird.
All right, I'm gonna take my credit card and go get a shot of whiskey at the bar.
Anyways, okay, moving on. That was a very fun first
That was
one.
good.
That's just
classic dad.
And we kind of got like 3 movies out of it.
That was an episode of Modern Family.
Yeah.
Some good, clean family fun.
An episode of King of Queens or something. Yeah.
This episode of Red Stories
I
is
said,
sponsored
it's
by
about
Rocket
in the
Money.
middle for me.
Rocket Money has helped me
like-
consolidate all my checkings and savings into one big
Get money. All right, next one.
Our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? This was posted in February of this year. Am I the asshole for not inviting my cousin to hang out anymore?
Yeah, Katana? Reminds me, I still need to do my taxes. Dude, same.
Pissing cum.
I still need to do my taxes. Which is funny, too, because I have a tax, like, related drawing that I've been working on. However, I still need to do more taxes. Am I the asshole for not inviting my cousin to hang out anymore after she kept making jokes about my life choices?
More after she kept making jokes about my life choices.
Depends on what have you
Go a lot
done.
of places. So I, a 22-year-old woman, have a cousin.
Wait, is it 15th? I thought it was 14th. Oh, well, it gives me an extra day.
Call her Mary, 23-year-old woman, and we used to be genuinely really close growing up. Like, our families see each other almost every weekend. We went to the same school for a while, and there was a point where she was honestly my closest friend out of everyone I knew. We told each other everything. But over the past year or so, things just started feeling different. Hard to explain at first, like nothing I could really put my finger on, just a vibe I was getting. So, a bit of background. I finished college earlier this year and started working a full-time job. Nothing crazy, just a normal office job, but it was a big deal for me personally because I worked really hard to get there.
Okay,
Mary,
I've
on the
been
other
there.
hand, is still figuring out what she
Have a
wants
good
to
night.
do, and like I genuinely mean it when I say I have zero judgment about that. Life isn't a race, and everyone figures things out at their own pace. I never once made her feel bad about it, or at least I really tried not to. But somewhere along the way, she started making these comments. Little things at first that I brushed off as just her sense of humor because she has always been kind of a sarcastic person, and I used to find it funny. Stuff like, must be nice to already have your life together, whenever I mentioned anything work-related. Or, some of us don't have it easy like you, if I talked about weekend plans. She started calling me corporate girl as like a nickname, which sounds harmless,
girl?
but the way she said it was always a little sharp. Like, there was always just a tiny edge underneath it that I couldn't quite explain to anyone without
I
sounding
would start throwing
oversensitive.
hands after you called
And
me
it wasn't
corporate
just once in a
girl.
while.
What the
It became
fuck
kind
does
of a
that mean?
pattern. If I mentioned being exhausted after a long week, she'd say something like, try being unemployed and stressed. Must be rough having a paycheck, though. If I talked about saving up for a trip or something I wanted to buy, she'd go, of course you can afford it, with this little laugh. If I brought up anything about work at all, even just casually in conversation, there was almost always a comment waiting on the other side of it. At first, I genuinely just laughed it off every single time because I did not want to be the person who can't take a joke. I kept telling myself she didn't mean anything by it, and I was probably just reading into things. But then it started happening in front of other people. Family dinners, group hangouts, even once in front of some people we had just met that night. And something about having it happen in front of others made it feel worse somehow. Like, I could feel myself getting quieter every time we were in a group together because I never knew when the next comment was coming, and I didn't want to have to laugh it off again in front of everyone. I started kind of dreading hanging out with her, which made me sad because this is someone I genuinely love and used to look forward to seeing. Then a few weeks ago, we made plans to grab coffee, just the two of us, and within like the first 20 minutes, she made a comment about how I've changed since I started working and that I'm too busy for real people now. And I don't know if it was just because I was already tired or because it had been building for so long, but something about that one just hit different. So I said something. I kept my voice calm. I wasn't trying to start a fight or make it dramatic. I just told her honestly that the jokes had been piling up and they were starting to feel genuinely hurtful, and I'd really appreciate it if she could ease up on them. She did not take it well. She got defensive almost immediately and told me I was being way too sensitive and acting like I was better than her. She said she was just teasing and that I was making a big deal out of nothing. The conversation got a little awkward after that, and we kind of just moved on, but it felt unresolved. After that, I just stopped reaching out to make plans. I still reply to her texts when she messages me. I don't ignore her or anything, but I haven't been the one to suggest getting together or initiate anything like I used to. Well, apparently that did not go unnoticed. My aunt called my mom recently and said Mary is upset, that she feels like I've suddenly gone cold on her and she doesn't understand why I'm being distant. Which, like, I get that it probably does feel that way from her side, but also she kind of never acknowledged what I said at the coffee thing. Now there's a bit of a divide in the family. Some people think I should just brush it off, keep the peace. She was just joking around. Others actually understand where I'm coming from and think I had every right to say something and pull back a little. And I really don't want this to turn into some massive family drama because I do care about Mary and I miss the friendship we used to have. But I also don't want to go back to feeling uncomfortable every single time we hang out and biting my tongue every time she makes a dig. So am I the asshole for slowly pulling back after she kept making these comments, even after I told her how I felt?
No,
Ooh,
I don't
that is
think
so
you-
heartbreaking.
What a tough place to be.
Yeah, you're not the asshole.
It's so
in that
hard to like,
situation.
just like obviously like
Yeah,
hear
stand
the
up for yourself.
progression of like the first couple times of being like, and then it just getting worse and worse and not knowing what to do. And then when you finally say something about it, to be just told that you're like overreacting or like not
It's so
heard.
exhausting.
To answer OP's question at the end, I don't think you're an asshole for pulling back after you've communicated your boundaries. I think it gets into like debatable territory when you pull back without communication.
Sure.
But I think OP did what they were supposed to do in that, like, they said what they needed.
Yeah.
They gave that person a chance, and then that person kept crossing those boundaries.
Yeah, I think she's handled. I don't know how I would really handle it differently.
Yeah.
It's really sad to like look at this, especially now being in my 30s, where you look at like you're 22 and 23, right? And what's tough about your 20s is like, yeah, you're all trying to figure your life out, and the paces at the time when you're 22 and 23, it feels astronomical. It's like, oh, you're successful and I'm not. And it's like, you're both going to be 30 one day, and you're going to be like, wow, I can't believe my 20s, I didn't find a job until I was 25, 26, and you found a job at 23, and now it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or like, I found a job and I got fired, and my late 20s were crazy, and then at the end I found something. Like, your 20s are all over the place, and your 30s are all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, as an actor, I think I can really relate to this because, like, I remember being a teenager, early 20s, where someone would like book a movie.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I haven't booked anything in 3 years, and I suck, and you can't help but feel resentful. But then a few
little reflection too. I like not, and I'm not saying it as a flex or anything, but my Telegram, I kind of made a joke of it on Ethan's Discord of like Jack putting the whole like FA notifications of like he has like things in the thousands or whatever. I like to keep mine clean. Because big number is anxiety inducing. Telegram, however, that's a struggle. That one is a struggle because I have like right now it's in the double digits. I don't want to get it into like 3 digits because at that point, like, why do I have Telegram at all? However, it gets backed up, and like I'm at the point in my life where I can't, like, I need to know, like, I can't talk to all these people all in one day, otherwise I'll get nothing done. And like sometimes there'll be like it could be small talk or whatever, but I try to gauge like my energy because it's like I know myself enough that like if I force myself into a conversation, nothing about this conversation is gonna go well for either one of us. You know what I mean? where it's like, if I time it right, when I know I am in a good headspace, I'm a good place to talk, then I'll do it. We'll get more out of the conversation. Stuff could be had, etc., etc. I know myself well enough to do that. However, when that number goes up, it does suck. but but then it's like the juggle of like personal and then also doing like Patreon stuff. And also me being sick doesn't help at all either, because I'm like, I need to rest. Who is that? What is that? What is resting? I don't know. And now I'm like, I've been sick for like 2 weeks. So it's a struggle, dude. And try to keep up with people, like the longer, like more connections you make, it does get tough. Like I do wish it's like, man, am I really introvert where I have all these people like I've made connections with? But then again, maybe that's just like a normal health, like human living, I guess. But that's where I'm at. So it's like, yeah, I don't blame someone for like wanting to like put a boundary and being like, okay, here, I'm gonna take a break and I'll come back at this when I'm like a little bit right in the head to tackle it. So yeah, anyway, all that being said,
few years pass, and then that person who booked a movie hasn't worked in a couple of years, and you're working.
Yeah.
And you start to realize like, oh, there's no such thing as like, I'm better than you, you're better than me.
Yeah.
It's like we're all on this roller coaster.
Well said. I really relate to this in ways that like my 20s was that. It was like very hard. I had a lot of really good friends, and like my roommates, we like all were just so close and supported each other so much. But I think sometimes you can feel so insecure about how you're doing in your day-to-day that then it somehow starts attacking you from the inside, and then you get mad at people for having things that you want, and you did nothing to get that. You know what I mean? That makes me mad. It just makes me mad that life hasn't given that to me yet. So and then I think sometimes you're in such denial about it because you love your friends that then you just start like attacking them in little ways. Just because, like, honestly, I would always think about how like I'm a double Libra. And like my want for fairness sometimes strangles me because I'm like, it's just not fair because you have that money, because you grew up with that money, and I'm working and like just trying to be like, well, it's different for some people. And like, I would like say stuff. I remember, and then I had a friend that did this to me a lot. Every time I came home and I would like buy new clothes, she'd always like, oh, bought some stuff. You bought clothes. Like she would always make me feel weird for spending money. And I didn't even have like money to spend, but it was just like, it was a bad habit.
Yeah.
And she would call it out, and she would kind of be like, oh, she had like more jobs than I did. And I just remember it was always like a really small comparison game and like a fairness thing.
Yeah.
Being like, well, you have extra time because you have this or whatever. Right. And like just saying that out loud, not to bring someone down, but to make you feel better. And in the end, it never makes you feel better.
Makes you feel worse. I can relate in feeling the resentment and the like obsessing over like, wow, that person's life they have everything I want.
Yeah.
Like, or at least like, oh, they're working a job.
That's human.
Or like, truly like in my early 20s, like I was like, I had been single up until I was like in my early 20s, almost mid 20s. And like, I was very jealous of people for relationships and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was just like, like, it's not me. But there's nothing more freeing than recognizing that resentment and like letting it go.
Or seeing that resentment is getting in between you and your friend.
Yeah. And also probably getting in between you and your actual goals and happiness in life.
And it's tough because there is so much like societal expectation of like, oh, you finish high school, you got to go to college. You finish college, you got to get a job. And it's like so hard, especially like your early 20s. There's so much going on upstairs.
Especially nowadays, man.
Like it's like hard. Your brain is developing and it is hard and it's stressful. And so like, I totally can like empathize with like seeing someone who in your mind, you're like, they have it all together. But then, taking that out in a way, like in a negative way on your friend or something. And then not being able to like reconcile and be like, I'm sorry.
No, for sure.
Realize that. It's
and when
really hard.
When you're feeling less than somebody else, it for some reason it always feels like because your pain hurts sometimes. Like I'm trying to go back to when I would feel this way and I would make little digs.
Have you ever
and
drawn
it was because
Mega
I
Man?
was hurting.
Robot
Totally.
Armor?
And it was because I didn't want to hurt alone.
Yeah.
And I wanted
I've
someone to
drawn,
like understand how I felt. And it's not that I never think I genuinely wanted to hurt somebody
Robot
else. I just wanted to go like, well, I'm hurting. So and I
you don't want to be left
Not
behind.
Mega Man,
exactly.
no.
And like instead of just saying like, "Whew, I actually feel a little insecure," and like actually opening up, then getting like,
Because that feels like that. Your head says that's defeat.
Yeah.
Right. Like
Yeah.
it's like, oh, if I admit it, then I am a loser. But it's actually no. It's actually it kind of acknowledges like, no, you're not. Like you're just feeling this way.
Yeah.
The reality of the situation is very different.
And it's like I feel like every person that is, over the age of 30, or everyone is like, yeah, I found this thing, my passion in life when I was 45. I found like my career when I was, in my late 30s. Like there is everybody's timeline is different, but it's really hard to see that when you're, young, the same age as someone who you really care about and probably like look up to in a way, seeing them like, succeed or do something that you want to do.
were they the same age or was
They're
it young?
pretty much the same age. I think they're 22 and 23.
See, yeah, that's also
They're
it's hard when you're like doing it together.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, and now I'm alone. Don't leave me here. But I also feel for OP. What a tough place to be in where it's like, oh, this person that I love resents me for something I have no control over.
Like you don't want to feel guilty for succeeding or doing the things that you want to do, like making, strides in your life. Like they're on a different timeline. They're on a different path. And it's really unfair to be made to feel guilty for that.
Yeah. And like, I'm not one to usually gun for like, oh, cut someone out or move out of someone's life. But you don't have much choice when it's like, oh, this person wants me to be less.
Yeah.
That is their whole desire is for me to make myself smaller. What option do you have
I
now?
mean, I think almost all of my female friendships are people who are struggling because they thought safety is making themselves smaller in environments and that is it's unfortunate because I do think OP should distance themselves, and I don't know if I would have had that ability to know that or say that like 5 years ago.
And I mean, once you have the conversation and try and bring it up and they're still not willing to like acknowledge that or accept it, then at that point it's like you've done all you can do to like try and help them understand, and it's up to them at that point to figure out whatever's going on inside themselves and release that insecurity or jealousy or whatever it is. And move on. Yeah, I mean, I'm also not like, generally speaking, not someone who's very quick to like, oh, you got to cut them off. But I think some distance away from someone like that in that situation is necessary.
'Cause I don't think this is going to get better.
Yeah.
If she tried to talk to her and it was met with that, I'm like, this resentment's only going to build. Her resentment is based on her own success, right? It's like the only way this has a release is if her friend gets a job that she feels is equal to hers. It's like, all right, like, hope that happens. But even then it's like, is this the rest of our lives?
And you don't realize it at the time, but that could fundamentally like really affect the way you walk into rooms.
Yeah.
When you are worried about
you.
other people.
Yeah.
And that is coming from personal experience. It's just hard. It's hard.
And I'm not surprised that so many people in her family are saying like, oh, just brush it off, just deal with it, make yourself small.
Yeah.
Verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. She wasn't joking. She was taking little digs at you out of insecurity and then calling you sensitive when you finally said something. You didn't even blow up. You just pulled back to protect your peace. If she actually cared about the friendship, she would have apologized and adjusted instead of running to the family like you wronged her. She did go and tell the whole family afterwards, which is a betrayal, I think. OP said, the point is she never apologizes. She feels that's the best part about her, that she never backs down. Someone said, not the asshole. Those were not harmless jokes. They were repeated digs rooted in insecurity. The pattern, the timing, and especially doing it in front of other people shows it wasn't just teasing, it was undermining you. You did the right thing by addressing it calmly and giving her a chance to correct it. Her response wasn't to reflect or apologize, but to dismiss your feelings and call you sensitive. That's the real issue. Pulling back is not punishment. It is protecting your peace. This is a natural consequence of their behavior. You're still replying and being civil. You're just no longer investing in a dynamic that makes you feel small. If she wants the closeness back, she needs to acknowledge how her behavior affected you. OP said, I am not sure that things will be the same even after apologizing now. Wow. Lastly, someone said, yes, she sounds jealous. I hope she comes to her senses soon, takes what you said to heart, and changes how she acts with you, not the asshole. If asked again, tell your aunt to ask her daughter you told her why at coffee. OP said, my mom told her that, but my aunt is defending her daughter that she was just joking. Yeah.
Of course.
We have an update.
Okay.
And I don't have much faith in it. I think this is going to get worse.
Yeah.
I think all the signs are there that it's going to get worse. Okay. The next day. So this took a turn I absolutely did not see coming.
Oh.
What?
Oh. So yesterday, a few hours after my original post, I got a call from Mary and she was furious, like immediately yelling the second I picked up. She went off about how I portrayed her wrong on Reddit and how everyone is blaming her and that so many people have read it and now she looks terrible. I was honestly just sitting there confused because like my post got some comments, but it wasn't exactly what she was saying. The comments were pretty measured. Some people agreed with me. Some said to talk it out, nothing crazy, but she kept going. She started listing off all these specific things I apparently said in the post, except here's the thing. I didn't say half of what she was claiming. She was talking about details that straight up weren't in my post at all. Different scenarios, things I never mentioned, stuff that didn't even happen. That's when it clicked.
What?
She wasn't talking about my post. She was either talking about a completely different post she found, or I don't even know. I tried to tell her that, but she wasn't hearing it. She hung up on me. Then apparently she went crying to her mom, my aunt, about how I publicly humiliated her on the internet. My aunt called my mom. My mom was confused because she'd actually read my post. I shared it to her after I got one such comment, which felt funny, and it was pretty tame. Then another cousin got involved trying to mediate and actually went looking for the post Mary was describing. He couldn't find anything matching what she claimed. So then there was this whole family group chat thing happening that I wasn't even in but heard about later, where people were trying to figure out what was going on. And then, and this is the part that honestly made me laugh, Mary apparently let it slip in front of our other aunt that she just did it to get a reaction out of me.
Oh, did she not think that at least they'll do some digging to try to find the post that she was talking about?
Oh.
Did she oh my god.
Oh. Oh.
That is so funny. That she only did it to try to get like the reaction.
What the fuck?
Like did she really not think like, hey, well, like, no, homegirl made this post. What the fuck were you referring to? Maybe you read the wrong one? And then they try to find the one that she's talking about, but apparently like nothing matches up to that.
The whole viral Reddit post thing, either she made it
they look perplexed. I don't
just did it to get a reaction out of me. The whole viral Reddit post thing, either she made it up entirely or found some random post that vaguely sounded similar and decided to pretend it was about her to what? Make me feel guilty? Start drama? Get attention? I genuinely have no idea. The family group chat apparently went silent after that, or maybe she found my original post and just started exaggerating things. My mom texted me later like, so your cousin is something else, and I just had to laugh because what else can you even do at that point? The funniest part, my actual post is fine. Barely got any traction, just sitting there minding its business while Mary created an entire fictional drama around it. I don't even know what to do with this information. Part of me feels vindicated because this is exactly the kind of behavior I was talking about in my original post, but another part of me just feels sad because this is so much more unhinged than I expected. I haven't talked to her since. Honestly, I don't know if I even want to anymore. This reads like she found the post and then exaggerated the hell out of it.
We got to make sure Mary doesn't listen to Smosh Read's Reddit stories.
Yeah.
Dude, this is why I can't go on Reddit, man. If I went on Reddit and saw found like a post of like one of my friends being like I have a friend who like works on a very popular YouTube channel, and I was like that would be great. Actually, that would be really funny. Maybe I should start going.
That was funny. I mean, I was gonna say like, cause being doing this for 10 years, there's plenty of times where I've gone on and read just conversations of people like talking about me.
No way.
In like, oh yeah, I mean all the time, right?
Actually,
like,
you're so right. Yeah.
And so like not horribly negatively, but just like in ways where I'm like, oh, I almost feel like I'm listening in on a conversation I shouldn't be hearing. And it's weird.
Always in the back of my head wanted to write a Reddit story. So bizarre and see if somehow it gets on the show.
You know, take off my suit.
We'd probably clock it.
Probably too many spelling errors.
I also think the way that the cousin exaggerated the story is how she's exaggerating her entire dynamic with OP in her head all the time.
Yeah.
I think that's
like,
well
kind of
said,
how
yeah.
resentment works, is it like builds up to a fictional place inside your own head.
God, it sucks so bad. And
It really does suck.
It's heartbreaking too to like have someone that you're that close to, it sounds like, and are just like best friends with, and then truly not be able to do anything. Like,
And also-
you just have to let them figure their stuff out.
I'm not like standing up for Mary, but I will say sometimes the pain and like insecurity gets so strong that you go to extents to get attention and love. She's trying to get OP to say sorry in such a dramatic way because she wants love and attention in such a dark place that she's in.
Right.
That now she's lying and she's like making shit up.
Yeah. And here's the situation. I mean, look, if Mary happens to watch this, I would say to her, I'd be like, you're going to be so much happier. Like, you yourself will be happier if you let this resentment go and like apologize and want the best for the people that you love in your life. And I believe that can really happen. She's young. I think people do go through these phases in life sometimes, and I think it's possible to learn these lessons.
Yeah.
But if she doesn't, she's going to blink and she's going to be 40 and miserable.
I was just going to say, like, life right now, especially in the world we're living in, is too hard and too short to make anybody around you, especially the people you love, make any of their goodness a threat to you. It's just too dark. Like, you're going to blink and life is going to be done.
Yeah.
And it's just like, when a good thing happens to you, it happened to all of us because life's hard and we should just enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
And I would certainly say too, to a unemployed 22-year-old, like, sorry that you ended up in like one of the worst times to try to get a job.
Yeah.
It's like I can't imagine.
Sorry, you got over by like a million other people than your cousin.
Yeah.
Be mad at them. Be mad at the system.
Yeah.
Like, it is not your fault that you're in the place you're in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do not take it out on the people who are there
Yes,
for you.
that's the
'cause
point,
You're gonna yourself over even more.
It feels like OP did try to get Mary to like let down those boundaries, let down that animosity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it feels like it just didn't work.
I think there are a lot of people that would have just been like, you know, had that kind of pattern of behavior and seen it and just not said anything and been like, and just slowly distanced themselves and not explained it. And I think that, you know, for her to be like, yeah, this is what's going on. This is like how I've been feeling. And I really respect that, you know.
Yeah.
Do that.
And I
just wouldn't trust
it's
her
just
for
like,
anything.
it sucks because it's like there is nothing better than truly genuinely wanting the best for the people around you, right? Like, and really wanting that. And it's hard when you're in a down place. But I would also say to Mary, is like, there will come a time, I would bet money on it, where OP is in a worse spot than her for whatever way.
Whatever it is, yeah.
And in those times, you're like, I believe OP would still want the best for Mary. And you're like, the dynamic is going to change over time, but it's great that when you have people that in your life that you know that no matter the circumstances, you want the best for each other and you're there for each other.
And even if you feel weird, I think just acknowledging it and going, hey, it's been a dark month for me.
Totally.
I wish I could, like, but I still want to support you. You know what I mean? Like, and just saying it out loud and being like, instead of just digs.
I think that's something, I think us here at Smosh are very good about that. About it being like, hey, I'm feeling this feeling.
Yeah.
And acknowledging like, hey, this is an irrational feeling that I'm feeling. I'm letting you know I'm feeling this.
I'm saying that.
I'm not acting on it. I'm recognizing it, but I'm also communicating I'm feeling it.
Because once you acknowledge it, then it's like, whoa, I got it out.
Yeah.
But if you hide it, then you're like, that's cool. You went shopping today. I wish I could have.
And it's completely normal feelings. Like, I literally in the last month have seen things and been like, damn, like, I wish I was doing something like that. And it's like, and it's normal. But then also you feel so much better when you see someone doing something. And you're like, dude, that's so awesome for them. Like, I feel so much more enriched when I'm just happy for people. But it's a very human thing. Like, everyone goes through it, and it's just finding out, like, you know, figuring out the way to deal with it that isn't bringing someone down.
Should we kiss?
All right. Our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? This is posted in February of 2023. Whoa. Am I the asshole for yelling at my girlfriend due to her camera roll?
What does that mean?
I know that every situation is different, but I feel like any story that starts off, am I the asshole for yelling at my girlfriend?
Like, yeah.
I don't think there's ever been a situation where I'm like, yeah, it was justified to just yell at your partner.
Yeah.
But
let's hear him out, Trent.
Hear him out.
Let's hear him out.
Hear him out.
Hold on, I'll hear him out.
There's got to be some atrocious shit in those camera rolls.
Yeah.
Me, 23-year-old man, and my girlfriend, 21-year-old woman, have been together for 4 months now. She's great, beautiful, crazy intelligent, and has the best personality. Genuinely my dream girl, except for one issue, her camera roll.
What?
For background, she dated a guy for 4 years in high school and the first half of college. She broke up with him last year and has dated other people since then, leading up to me. She never really talks about him unless telling a past story about her friend group, which he was part of until he suddenly up and left. According to her, the reason they broke up is she realized they were on 2 different levels of maturity. When I mean she's intelligent, I mean she's well known around campus and every professor adores her, and we go to a Big 12 university. She also got life-threateningly sick, and while he was worried for her, she knew he wouldn't be responsible enough to take care of her in the future, progressive heart disease. They ended on good terms, but don't talk anymore because he is kind of an introverted guy, according to her. The part I get upset about is every time she opens her camera roll to show me a past picture, she scrolls past photos or videos of him and her. I've brought this up to her before, and she always laughs and says it's because she's too lazy to go through 30,000 photos. She hasn't deleted pictures since 2015. These photos and videos of him and her aren't romantic. They're high school shenanigans and usually involve her other friends, but I still can't help but feel jealous. Today, she showed me a photo of her friends in 2018 and told me a funny story. He's in the photo. I said, "You have a lot of pictures with him," in an annoyed tone, and she said, "Well, yeah, he grew up with me and my friends. We were kids together. It's like a look back into my childhood." I told her I didn't like those pictures, and she offered to remove them and put them on a drive. I told her that wasn't enough. She told me they were precious memories she shared with her friends, and she wasn't going to delete them just because he was in a relationship. I kind of raised my voice and told her she should go back to him if the memories were precious. She got up and said, "I don't want to go back to him, but I also don't want to be with someone who is emotionally insecure. I have enough to deal with," and then left. I've debated on texting her and apologizing. Am I the asshole?
You are the asshole. You are the asshole, but she is based. she said the right thing. I don't want to be with someone who's like that emotionally immature.
What the fuck?
Like, that is exactly what you were supposed to say for that. Yeah, OP sounding pretty toxic and possessive too. Yeah, like the fact that he's letting her past, like, which is like not even like bad. It's like, oh yeah, no, like it sounds like they're on good terms or on friend basis, and it's like she's no, and she told you that it's never gonna work because like apparently like she'll never date him. So it's like, why is it even bothering you? Why is it bothering you? But you're letting like him. I don't know if it helps or makes it better that he recognizes that he's jealous about it. But the fact that he's not doing anything about it, he wants her to do something about it. So that it's completely on him. Like, she is living her life. She is, and it's like, again, it's nothing. Like, none of the photos are like bad or them like making out or anything. They're just hanging out. They're her memories. And you want her to get rid of those? No, fuck you.
Buddy, I think you've already lost her.
I think maybe
you talked about how smart and intelligent and all this stuff about her. It sounds like she is. It sounds like she has no tolerance.
OP, it's not looking good.
OP, it's not looking good. It's not looking very good.
Yeah.
This is something, this whole kind of conundrum, we'll call it, of deleting pictures of you and your ex. It's so, and it feels like such a case by case thing. Like I can understand both sides of it, But in a situation like this, where it's like someone that she went to high school with was like a part of a friend group and someone who, you know, she ended on good terms with. And like, as he said, they're not romantic pictures. Like, I think it's very unreasonable to be like, I want you to delete those memories fully from your life. I think it's very, her being like, I'll take them off my phone and just put them on a drive. Like, I think that's very mature to be like, you won't have to see them if I'm showing you something. But yeah, I think asking her to just fully delete those things is very unfair.
And it's 4 months in.
It's also, this problem I think is going to get bigger and bigger. Like, this is like kind of like an old fashioned thing about like, you still have stuff of your ex like from the early 2000s that now just like, even the idea of having 30,000 photos, that's like, now we take them more and we post them more. And this is only going to get like a bigger thing. We're just going to have bigger data logs of stuff. Like, and it's just going to be hard. That's a lot of photos. And it's also, I keep thinking about it, because sometimes, do you guys have on the iPhone, they have the featured photos? You'll turn to the left and like, and you'll be like punched by a picture of you and your ex, like on a date. And you're like, whoa, I didn't click on that. And it's just you like scrolling to the left. And I've heard people talk about that. And it's a feature. I think there's going to be some kind of app or something, or you're going to be able to call Steve Jobs, may he rest in peace, and go, delete all the pictures of my
out
ex.
the Ouija board.
Yeah. If these phones can like do all the shit they're doing, they're gonna figure out a way. But it is a lot of work, and there's also so much more to this. It's just that he's threatened, it sounds. And it's control. Too.
But it is an interesting new issue, right? Of like, oh, your Instagram, all your social handles, and all the photos on your phone. How you go about that is very complicated. But at the end of the day, too, it's like, it's a matter of trust. It's like, what are you asking for here?
Yeah.
And him being like, well, why don't you go back to him? It's just kind of like, all right, man, you blew it. You're blowing it.
Why don't you go back to him?
Yeah. It's like, because this is also photos, like, it's her whole entire high school experience.
Yeah.
Like, to delete a bunch of memories from high school. It's also, I know their problem is they're like only 22, 23, but I'm like, it was high school. Like, I don't know.
It's also just like kind of so immature to like get upset when anyone has exes at all.
It's like, that
like,
was the thing.
They existed.
Yeah. And it's like, it's like your life is so much bigger than like, you know, the person that you're dating. It's like, this person is like, this is the person that you're with, but your life was so much more than that at that time. And it's like those pictures of you and your ex can be like, it's like, it might not be about the ex. It might be about like, oh, this is a trip that we took together. And I like really remember like, you know, going out of the country for the first time, things like that, where it's like,
I saw like a beautiful turtle. Don't make me delete the turtle.
Yeah. It's like, you're asking them to delete so much more than just like, oh, this person in their life.
I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier is like, he's talking about feeling jealous and stuff. It's like, you can talk to your girlfriend about that. You can just be like, oh,
that's so true.
I feel insecure and stuff. Like, you know, like because your ex, like, I know he was part of your life for so long and stuff. And she'd probably be like, you have nothing to worry about.
That's so true. There's like something so human that's like, I feel this kind of way, but I'm going to make it about something else.
Yeah.
Really hard, because saying that I'm just jealous, threatened, or insecure is going to be so much worse than just hiding behind these photos.
And it's not going to end there. Like, she could delete all the photos and something else is going to come up that's going to dog up his jealousy and feeling of insecurity, because insecurity is just there. So the verdict was asshole, obviously.
Good.
Comments, you're the asshole. She is right. You're emotionally insecure. Someone said, you're the asshole and deeply insecure, immature and controlling. Your girlfriend isn't obligated to erase years of photos from before you met because of your crippling insecurity. Grow up. You're the asshole. She showed you a group shot that happened to have her ex in it. Asking her not to show you those pictures because they make you jealous is fair, but expecting her to scrub 4 years worth of pictures when you've known her for 4 months is a stretch. Update.
Oh, let's go.
Do you think he fixes this, or do you think he keeps going down the rabbit
think
hole?
he doubled down.
Really?
Right.
I want to believe that he got better.
I want to believe that too.
I want to believe that he fixed
You
it.
can try to believe it, but we'll see. Yeah.
Update the next day.
These are fresh updates out of the oven.
I texted her this morning and I apologized for crossing a line. She said while she accepted the apology, the relationship wouldn't be continuing any further. She said a lack of self-awareness and emotion.
Or could just subscribe for 2 months. Belay.
It sounded like it said ballet. Orca, hello.
I texted her this morning and I apologized for crossing a line. She said while she accepted the apology, the relationship wouldn't be continuing any further. She said a lack of self-awareness and emotional maturity is not something she can overlook when dating someone. So I guess I'm single now.
Boom.
Update number 2.
Oh, wait, what the fuck?
From this year.
And how long ago was the other one?
2023. This is 3 years later.
Wait, okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Huh. Okay.
Wait, don't. That's not fair. You're reading it before us. You
I
can read it
can't
with
help
us.
but
just read it.
Hi, all. This is actually my post. Mind you, this is 3 years later. So, surprise. First of all, it was fake. Sorry, I know that sucks. I'm actually a woman, and that post was made during my last year as a journalism undergraduate. It was part of a capstone project where we determined how easily it is to mislead people on the internet and to induce public outrage and how that influences far right and far left media pushing. Under the
What the fuck? What the fuck?
That's a perfect what the fuck.
Fuck? What the fuck?
I feel betrayed. I feel gaslit.
What the fuck?
moderation of our professor, we each concocted stories or social media profiles to try and stir up controversy online. Thanks to the original post, safe to say I got an A. I also graduated with honors and with a special distinction for my thesis. The girlfriend was vaguely based on myself, except I have a kidney transplant and not a heart condition, and I exaggerated how well known I was on campus and my looks and intelligence, for sympathy, of course, and who doesn't play up themselves in a fictional world? I've played D&D. Since then, I've been a fairly successful journalist. I've worked for both NPR and the Washington Post. I recently left my career behind, though, and am now in law school studying international law. I can't believe this post is making rounds again, and I debated keeping the story as is, but too many of you all were DMing me the story. For future reference, some of you are far too gullible. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. That's how we got into this crazy situation we're in here in the U.S.
Well, OP, he just reads it and I believe it, okay?
Yeah.
So, OP, I didn't know.
It's my job to believe it.
He reads it, okay? Blame him.
Blame him. Blame the producer. Don't blame us. We're
Don't
just
blame
on
us.
the couch.
Honestly, if I read that online, I'd probably be like, some journalist probably wrote this as a study. Wait, this is so
That's
sick.
awesome.
Reddit story.
Pretty awesome. It's also, yeah, it's true. Like every story we read on Reddit, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's an anonymous story. I take them mostly as hypotheticals.
This is sick as hell, though.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm obsessed. Can we, wait, someone send her this. Send OP this. Comment OP on the video.
But it is very easy to lie online. It's important to remember.
Yeah.
God, that was
I do it all
fun
the
as
time.
hell.
Yeah.
I feel like I just did a cold plunge. An internet cold plunge. Where you believed everything. You're like, wait, actually, no, everything's fake.
I think at this point I'm not hit too hard by it because I'm just like, yeah, probably a lot of them are.
No, sure. I just loved being like, hello, I'm a journalist.
I think it's
I'm John Quinones, and this is what would you do?
The novelty of coming back like years later and being like, hey, by the way, this is fake.
It is, yeah, it is also a little old to be like I know we deal with what is on the internet being fake or real constantly. So it isn't like a, you're right, things can be fake because there's so much of it in our day to day, even in like,
that's not like
the news.
That's not that big of a surprise.
It's just the way she did it.
And she wrote this before AI took it to a whole new level.
Yeah.
I also feel like it's a pretty mild story. And so I'm like, yeah, I don't have, this is such a real scenario. It's not like you wrote something that I'm like, I can't believe that happened. I'm like, your boyfriend was jealous that you had photos of your ex in your phone.
That's almost why I'm more surprised. Because I was like, this is one of the most believable stories, just like real stories.
I think we could.
Roadhog Time 13 just cheered 100 bits.
Yeah.
You really think someone would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies. Unrelated, I'm totally a 420-pound hog of a man. You can trust me. Oink. Hype train started.
Yeah, hype train from that. Okay, that was a roller coaster.
Throw a penny and it would land on a jealous boyfriend of a girl's phone camera.
Yeah. I'm kind of like, I guess a part of me is also a little bit like, what was your argument in this, in that like, oh, this is dangerous that I persuade people into thinking that boyfriends can be jealous.
Right.
I'm like, and it's like, oh, actually, but so that story was fake.
Like,
mind you, guys are never jealous.
Exactly. You're so right.
You know?
Like if she made us believe something that we don't normally can get behind
Which
easily.
does happen on the internet. And that is a very real
it's good
thing.
to say,
I think the thesis is true in that we should doubt everything we see on the internet nowadays. But
how about you know, a fictional story that's causing us to look inside of ourselves and confront the issues that we have and our own insecurities?
That sounds like storytelling.
I think I read these in that kind of
Me too,
manner, right? You know, because I was devastated when I found out Percy Jackson wasn't real.
Yeah. That was really tough.
When I found out
my pen in school, why isn't it a sword? Why
But
isn't
I
it a
was
sword?
relieved when I found out the Hunger Games wasn't real. I read that and I was like, can you believe what they're doing?
Oh my God, when am I gonna have to go?
When
I have to volunteer.
When I found out Shiz University wasn't a thing, I mean, my God.
Can I say though, there's an added layer to this too, and I think it's true for the internet of like, it is important to doubt everything. I say that hosting this show, right? Like, be entertained by the internet, but do not take life advice, because you might go to Reddit and write a story asking for advice about like your relationship or something, and keep in mind that you might be getting marriage advice from a 12-year-old.
Yeah. It's like so true.
You just do not know who's commenting. You don't know who's on
Who's
there.
that 12-year-old? We need her on the show.
Like, you just don't know what the is like, because it's anonymous, right?
Okay, this is what I was gonna say. What goes on in your guys' brain when you're reading these? Do you picture, like, are you picturing the people visually?
Yeah, I picture
I
a lot
picture
of
them as Pixar characters, like super soft.
Whoa.
Kind of like the dad. I was picturing him like quintessential, like the dad in Inside Out.
Wow.
Oh.
Like, I'm not like really thinking in realism a lot with these, because it's just kind of bonkers.
I don't think I'm picturing people. I feel like maybe in my head I'm like,
I don't
really
picture people.
Yeah, and now you're making me think.
I know. Think about how you listen.
I don't know.
Just think about that.
You know, and it's funny. This is interesting. And now that you made me think, the first story that we read about the dad.
What did you think he looked like?
You know, it's not actually about what the dad looked like, but it's weird that my head, when I imagined them like going up to the house, it was my house from my childhood.
Oh.
I was like picturing, I was like, when I had to picture a like suburban
You went to
family
your
in
house.
the house, I went to my house from my childhood.
There you go.
I don't know what that
Brains
means.
are crazy.
I don't know if it's
Brains are crazy.
anything,
Brains
but-
are crazy. When I found out some people do not think in images and like can't think in images, I was blown away by that.
Yeah.
See, anytime I hear something like that, I'm like, what do you mean? Because I can't
Like truly cannot form images in their head.
See, but like, I don't know if I can form images in my head because I don't know what that means to you. And
Ready?
what it
You
means
close your
to
eyes.
me.
Can you see a red apple in front of you?
Like, am I seeing like as if there's a TV screen here and there's
whatever
an
you
apple?
want. There's you can picture
Let me
a
try
red
another
apple.
one that we might cut. Boobs.
Yeah, picture boobs.
You see it.
No, I can only describe boobs in my head. I can only see the word boobs.
I can only see one pair of boobs.
Our final story.
All right, last one.
Mysterious vibrating in my bedroom.
Been there.
Okay. It's not gonna suck itself.
Okay, how much we want to bet the mysterious of vibrating whatever? It might be a prank. Like the update is gonna be like, update, my SO partner roommate, they put a prank, like a vibrating prank device in my cicadas. It's surprise update. He put cicadas in my bed, in my mattress or something. Oh god, I don't like that though. The insect buzzing is like freaky. It is just like ugh. No joke. As a kid back in like 4th grade, we had pine trees that are growing out of our, well, not growing, but like they were already there. They were in our playground, like within like the sand filled area. It's kind of weird. I always question it. It's like, why keep the trees there? Because like I'm sure, no doubt, like a kid's gotta like ram their face into a tree or some shit like that. But it's great for hide and seek though. When you're like out in the playground, like doing hide and seek, hide behind a tree, classic. But because there are trees there, one summer like a fucking cicada like landed like on like we're all like congregated like underneath the trees, like just talking about like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and a fucking cicada like dropped down on one of the kids, and she freaked the fuck out because the only thing she like heard was like this thing going ee, and then like landing on her shoulder, and like, you know, that it triggered like an instinctual fear out of all of us to just run in different directions. Only for us, or only for our teacher to like check it out, like, what the fuck was that? Well, they didn't say that, but they're like checking out like what was happening, and like, oh guys, it's just a cicada. It's like, it's a what? Us being like in 4th grade, not knowing what cicada was, which is crazy. Like, we hear them all the time, but we never like saw them like up close. And it's just a big bug that's just like freaking out on the ground. I guess it was like dying or whatever. That's why it like fell on us, but it, you know, like we like poked at it every time, like it like freaked out and buzzed, and we were all like screamed. But yeah, anyway, that long-winded ADHD rant about cicadas. Let's go back to the story about a vibrating like bed or whatever.
This was posted on RBI, Reddit Bureau of Investigation, a subreddit where people use the power of the internet to solve real-world problems.
Now, okay, you've piqued my interest.
What's in my ass? I don't know.
I was investigating the male G-spot.
That's crazy, you guys.
It was really dark in here, and I don't know what I put up my ass.
You've been reading Reddit all day, and you ended your day with that one?
All right. Man. I'm not going crazy, but there's a vibrating in my room that I hear from time to time, and it's making me paranoid. I live alone. No one else lives with me but my dog.
Shit.
The buzz I hear sporadically sounds exactly like my iPhone. Just a quick short vibration about a half a second. It's not my iPhone, as I hear it when I'm actively using my phone, and it's not my phone. It's not regular. It doesn't happen in intervals. It's completely random. Sometimes I hear it often. Sometimes days go by.
Hold on. Did they say like at the very beginning? Hold on. We're at 4:35. Okay. They didn't say in the title. All right. Oops. I think it was a check.
I'm not going crazy, but there's a vibrating in my... All right. Man. I'm not going crazy, but there's a vibrating in my room that I hear from time to time, and it's making me paranoid. I live alone. No one else lives with me but my dog. The buzz I hear sporadically sounds exactly like my iPhone. Just a quick short vibration about a half a second. It's not my iPhone, as I hear it when I'm actively using my phone, and it's not my phone. It's not regular. It doesn't happen in intervals. It's completely random. Sometimes I hear it often. Sometimes days go by. It's too quiet to hear when I'm watching TV. Almost always when there's no other sound. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from under my bed. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from the ceiling. I can't for the life of me figure out what it is. I live pretty basic. I have a light mounted on the ceiling, carbon monoxide detector, and an iPhone charger in my room. That's all the electric things in my room. Could it be coming from inside the drywall? Plumbing maybe? I'm not crazy. This is a real sound, but it happens so infrequently I can't pinpoint it at all. Okay. What do we think it is? Vibrating, just something, and it's kind of different parts of the room.
I have in my apartment like heard buzzing, and I thought it was a phantom, like me thinking I got texts before. And but like I have upstairs neighbors, and like I don't know, like I've always been like, oh, it sounded like a buzz. Like there's so much shit going on. It's the Wi-Fi. I don't fucking know.
I've been going through this actually in the last couple weeks because I've been hearing this sound that's like a little ding sound, and I don't know what it was, and it's one of those things that like I just can't be asked to get up off the couch and like try and figure out what it is. But then I asked Raven, and I was like, is that your computer? And she's like, oh, I've heard that. And she's like, I thought it was your computer. And I'm like, if you're sitting in your office and it's not coming from your computer, I don't know where it's coming from. And it's like kind of been driving me crazy, but also like in a way that I'm like, I don't
God,
what's going on?
We're all so cooked. We're
all
hearing
here.
sounds, and we don't know what's going on.
We don't know what the it is.
I don't know what it is, man. And it's like
we don't know what
this day high enough for me to figure it out, man.
Okay, so Someone commented, you say you live alone, but are you in a single family home or in an apartment?
Yeah.
My old apartment had some pretty thick walls, but the floor and ceilings were not. I could hear and possibly feel my upstairs and downstairs neighbors' phones vibrate. Mostly upstairs because I think it was on a table, so the vibration amplified through my ceiling. You don't live in an apartment, I don't know. Opie said 1-bedroom house. That makes me think like it's ventilation or plumbing, like pipes.
A rat.
The only thing, or a rat, like a big fat rat with an iPhone.
I feel like a rat
pipe.
getting so many emails.
Like, you know how like your AC unit like cycles, it like starts up, like turns off.
It
It could be
while.
something where like, you know, it rustles on and there's like a little vibrating as it's
Also, I don't know. Maybe one of my devices is listening.
They're rare though.
Maybe it's the government.
Everything's listening to everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of true.
You know what I mean?
I'm not going to doubt that.
Like I can go, hey, Alexa. Anybody's gonna keep going.
Well, a lot of listeners just got pissed off.
Hey, Google.
And they're
Hey,
gonna cut
Google,
that.
it's
They're
not
gonna
going to suck itself. Sorry.
Someone said, oh God, this would bother me so much. Maybe the CO detector, maybe a fan or some electrical buzz coming from the light.
Fan?
Maybe something with the water heater or Wi-Fi modem router. What other rooms are butted up with the bedroom? Start taking note of the times of day you hear it most often. Obviously, I would guess it's mostly at night when you're in bed, as that's the quietest time you're in your room. But see if there are other times you notice it. Note what other things are or aren't happening in the house. That should narrow it down at least a little. Opie said, that's a good idea to keep a log, see if the times match up or if there's a pattern. We'll do that. Someone said, just to add a sense of panic, let's mention that there's phantom vibration syndrome.
That's what I was thinking. Like, we're all buzzing all the time. Like, who the knows?
OP said, I've had phantom phone ring for years. I've always had that. This isn't physical, it's auditory. I hear it buzzing. Sorry, so phantom vibration syndrome is a real thing. According to Wikipedia, phantom vibration syndrome or phantom ringing syndrome is the perception that one's mobile phone is vibrating or ringing when it's not. PVS is technically a hallucination because your brain is perceiving something that isn't actually happening. So is that because like
that happens to me all the time?
Because that's how like what we are seeing and hearing and everything is not actually what's in front of us. It's what our brain is interpreting. So it makes sense that if emotion or something, your brain is so used to phone vibration that it's like that's what that is. So it makes you feel that.
And I'm used to that sound. I'm used to that feel. I'm like used to it on my couch and like feeling it.
Yeah.
And especially when I'm expecting calls and it's during the day, I'm like always being like, I'm like, I check it and nothing changed.
Okay.
But I get texts, so don't worry, guys. I get a
Dude,
lot.
like I'm getting calls and texts, I swear.
Sometimes
some people are calling
and I
me
think
I get like
I'm
a lot.
always getting. And it's like that's probably why I have it because it's like I'm just always
I'm like getting hit up
texts,
like
and so I'm like surely I'm getting a text right now because I'm always
just like hit up.
Update.
Beep, beep,
Okay.
1.5 years later.
What? Took him 1.5 years to figure it out. Damn.
Any last guesses?
Alien.
Cicadas.
Could be.
Alien?
You look, I'll hop on the alien train.
I'll go with I'm gonna go with some weirds in the walls. A drone.
Drone.
Okay. I'm about to read it.
Yeah.
Cicadas.
That's usually how that goes, yeah.
Well, any last guesses?
Okay, thank you.
Posted about a strange buzzing in my house over a year ago, and I never was able to figure out what it was. I heard it so infrequently and irregularly that it was almost impossible to figure out what it was. Every time I'd hear it, I'd immediately stop what I was doing and go real silent, waiting with bated breath, hoping it would buzz again. Almost like a cruel joke. It would only buzz after I gave up waiting and went back to whatever it was I was doing. Even up to last week, I'd still hear it, sometimes multiple times a day. Sometimes weeks would go by without hearing it. I'm pretty sure I figured it out, and it's comically stupid what it was.
What?
So I was sleeping in the middle of the night, like 3 a.m., and I woke up and was in a semi-sleep daze, kind of drifting. The world was real quiet, and it was a deep silence, and I heard the buzz. But for the first time, it almost immediately repeated and kept repeating in frequency, almost like a rhythm. I was 100% sure it was my phone ringing on vibrate, so I started groping around the bed to find my phone because the buzzing sounded exactly like my phone buzzing every 2 seconds for about half a second. Once I found my phone, the buzzing continued, but I couldn't quite place where it was coming from.
Okay.
This is going to sound crazy, and I'm amazed this is the source, but eventually my alertness and physical movements woke my dog up, and the buzzing immediately ceased with a grunt. The buzzing was my stupid shepherd's exhales. Like his every exhale or possible inhale, I'm not sure, was buzzing, exactly emulating a cell phone buzz.
This happened to me like 2 days ago.
That's crazy!
This happened to me. I can't believe I didn't think of it. This happened to me 2 days ago. I was sitting, I was laying on the couch, and my dog, I like had my arm down and he laid napkin had like laid his head and his neck was resting on my arm. And then I kept feeling this buzzing and I was like, why is I thought my phone was buzzing, but then it was on the armchair and I was like, what? And then I realized it was like his neck and the exhale.
It was a journalist.
It's
showing us that internet.
It was actually John Quinones.
Napkin goes, I've been working for the Globe.
I've actually been,
I work
you
at the
cannot
Globe.
trust anything you hear vibrating.
Yeah,
that's
forever,
That's crazy. It's happened to you.
Oh my God.
I'm decently confident that this is the same buzzing that I've been hearing for years, and also the reason that I've been unable to source it because every time I hear it, I'll get super alert and tense, which immediately wakes up my dog as he's super attuned to my behavior, and his breath buzzing stops. Then when I relax and give up the search, he goes back to sleep as the situation is over. That's when I hear it again, and he again wakes up to see what's got me agitated. I also only ever hear it during moments of calm when I'm lounging, never when I'm active and moving about the house. So this would make sense that it's only ever when my boy is sleeping. I'm pretty satisfied with this answer. And when I do hear it again, I'll be on the lookout to see if it's the dog nose next time as well.
It happened to you. That's crazy.
Yeah, but it was like I felt the vibration on my arm. Like I don't think I would have heard it. So I felt it and I was like, what was that? And I was like, oh, it's that's so funny.
Because then every time you do, you move, like your dog is gonna stop.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
What a prank.
Wow.
Is we looking for that buzz again? What's that buzz? We're looking for.
Yeah. He's like the dogs are just like, what the f?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dog's going.
Did you hear that, dude?
Yeah, the dog's
What
going.
was that?
He goes, I heard it too. Where was it?
I heard that, dude.
Honestly, I bet it's the cops.
Yeah. Dude, something's in the walls, man. You gotta bust open the walls. Something's in the walls.
My cat's purrs are like too obvious, I feel like. But with cats make you less anxious because they're, unlike dogs, which I feel like are by your side a lot more, cats are just all over the place all the time. So you'll hear weird noises and you're just like, that's probably my cat getting up to shenanigans.
And you're just used to weird noise.
You're just like, yeah. Like, you hear something. The only thing that wakes me up is I'm like, I'll hear something, I'll be like, they're on the counters. And I'll be like, you bastards, like I hear you. Get off. You'll just hear them all over the place.
Counters.
They're on the counters again. And, like the funniest was there was one time, this was like we were living in a different apartment and we had built these like shelves so that the cats could get up to above the kitchen counters.
I love those. Yeah.
And Bones was unable to hop up high enough. But one of the nights he tried, and we wake up to like a crash. We hear like a, and then I run out, and I just see Bones in the middle of the floor, just like his tail puffed, just kind of like, and I was like, "Did you fall, hit the trash can, and then hit the ground?" Because he was just so embarrassed, just kind of like.
He's like, nah, dude, that was someone else.
He was like, that wasn't
me,
me,
bro.
It's like, dude, there's a weird buzzing sound. It sounds like a cat's falling.
I don't know what happened.
What's the threshold? Sometimes I think about like, what's the threshold of weird noises you could hear before you could be like, is my place haunted? Because I'll watch like ghost hunting shows and they'll just be like in there silently and they'll hear like the littlest noise. They'll be like, oh my God. I'm like, I feel like I'm always hearing noises.
I hear so much shit and it's fine.
Things make a lot of noise. It's why, okay, this, because people know I'm a bit of a skeptic, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I don't believe in those things. It's just that so many people, I'm like, if you want to believe in the things, that's what you're going to hear. Because we're talking about how our brains perceive things. So if you're telling yourself it's a ghost, I'm like, you're more likely to like make that pattern make sense to you.
Yeah.
Yep. You ready for this? I'm going to wrap it all up in a bow.
Okay.
Yes.
That same thing.
And so like, I was thinking that.
Killed.
That's good. Wow, it was the dog all along.
It was the dog all along. This time you can blame it on the dog.
And now you can.
Anyways, thank you both for being here for all these updates.
You're the best, man.
Thank you, bro. You're the
f***ing best.
Guys, I love you guys.
This is awesome.
I love this show.
It's time for bed.
I love
Lights
All
up.
right.
All right.
Well, guys, it's time for bed. I know for some of you it's 11:30 in the morning, but it's time for bed.
Oh,
sorry.
shit.
I like the rules.
No, wait. 11:30 in the morning. Okay, I looked at the clock. It's exactly 11 p.m. And I got freaked out for a second. He's like, wait, how did he know?
Thank you, Trevor and Angela. And thank you all for watching. And hey,
for me,
we'll see you next week. Update, we're having another show next week.
Update, another episode comes out.
Another
Get your
episode.
pancakes. Love
Next
you.
week. Bye.
Oops.
Minions.
911, Wine, The Rookie, basically any doctor show except House, true crime podcasts, Station 19.
So this video is called What is Mom Slop? And me as a mother, designated mother, not by not by choice, but like just by living, I kind of want to do this one because it's interesting. It's like, could I relate to it? Could I relate to mom slop? I don't know. But there's another show that Kenny JD, she made a video about, which we could do. And this one I think is like more, you know, egregious and like whatever mom slop that, because mom dramas is like, it's just, you know, dramas or maybe crime dramas, stuff like that, which I admittedly I think I might be in the ballpark for. But this next thing though, it's on Netflix.
Oh boy. So Netflix has a new bad idea. And I've been trying to film this video for like the last hour, but there is something about it that makes my brain short circuit in so many directions. Also, apologies in advance because I know this was supposed to be Bridgerton season 4 recap, but obviously something got my attention. About a month ago, I saw a trailer for their new dating show called Age of Attraction. Essentially, is age but a number? Certainly more than a number. It is a show in which people come from all over the U.S. to go on a dating retreat with singles from all over and various ages, or they believe, they perceive, and they get to know each other. At the end of them getting to know a person, they can ask them the question of how old are they? Because as we'll find, these singles age from anywhere between 22 and 60. And once we figure out which couples are in large age gaps, those people are then followed like guinea pigs to see if they can make their relationships work. If they can answer the question, is age really more than a number? And much like Love is Blind, is love blind? No. Is being in a large age gap relationship a good idea? Also no. And I do get the sense that the show was originally made to quell, I think, the host, Nick Vile's own anxieties about his own age gap marriage, where he's married to the other co-host, his wife, and their difference is like 18 years. So in some way, it feels like a show being like, hey, we're not weird, you're weird. See, look how weird you are for thinking that this age gap is weird. But if anything, I think the show ends up just validating why it's a bad idea. If their intention was to make age gap relationships look like a better idea, they did not do that. If anything, I was watching it and I watched the trailer and I was like, wow, that was a terrible idea. And rest assured it is. It's terrible in ways that I expected, ways that I didn't expect, ways that truly came out of left field for me. But I gotta admit, the show fascinates me. I am fascinated by what motivates particularly young people to enter a show like this. How do people perceive age gap relationships when the woman is older versus the men being older? And ultimately, it's messy reality television. And unfortunately, that is often a siren song for me. I do think one of the things that have been like enveloping this show and the criticism that it got very quickly, many people even said that they wouldn't watch it because of the premise itself. There are people that I feel are very strongly going, oh, this is great because people are so weird about age gaps. It's really just, as long as it's two adults, why does it matter? And then there's the other side that's akinning this to like predation apologia. I personally don't feel that way or the other, honestly. I feel like I'm pretty neutral about age gap relationships, generally speaking, because I don't think the age gap is the core issue. I think the issue is how young is the younger person in this relationship and how young were they when y'all started dating. I find a 20-year-old and a 40-year-old dating fucking gross. It's gross. And there are some of those, as we will see in the show, and it's fucking gross. But it's not just that it's a 20-year age gap. It's that a 20-year-old is a 20-year-old. They have no real life experience. They're just coming into adulthood, maybe in college. They don't have a frontal lobe that is fully developed, and you're 40. You've probably been married before, a mortgage or some shit. And if you have that much maturity-wise in common with someone 20 years younger than you, that's a problem. Whereas if it's a 40-year-old and a 60-year-old, though they are also 20 years apart, a 40-year-old has lived life. They have a frontal lobe. They've probably been married before or have kids, or they've lived life. So you're not going up to this green, unsure, insecure, powerless figure if a 40 and a 60-year-old are dating. Like, they know what they want because you're adults. There is something to be said in that case where it's not a 60-year-old going up to a 40-year-old thinking that they can mold them into a particular person, right? They're 40. They're that person. They're already that. There isn't that perceived malleability. And I think that is the core issue with age gap relationships. There is this premise that the power of the older person can be inflicted onto the younger person, which becomes less and less likely the older the younger person is when you start dating. That's my theory. The show does make me like reflect and say, like, how do I feel about age gap relationships? When is it appropriate, I guess, to start doing age gap relationships, if ever? And it's hard for me to really relate to a person who wants to date someone significantly younger because I'm in my early 30s, right? I could not imagine dating someone 20 years old. I couldn't. You look like a child. I was like 25 and I was very close to the organizations at my university. I went to visit when they had this big event that the public could come to. And I saw these like 20-year-olds. They're only 5 years younger. They were children. They felt like children to me. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can be in your 30s and look at someone in the early 20s and be like, yeah, we mesh. I don't get it. I side-eye it, admittedly. It is what it is. And then I asked myself, like, well, when is the age that it's less gross to me? I'm going to say arbitrarily 25 because of the frontal lobe thing. But I still think it's gross. Because as we'll see, there's a couple that has a very large age gap. That's older than I am now. Immediately, bad idea on all fronts. It falls apart the way that one would expect. And it's an absolute mess. But I say all that to say, I'm fascinated by this show. I'm fascinated by the premise. I'm fascinated by how people react to the gender of it all, like older men talking to younger women, older women talking to younger men. I do find that the conversation between the genders are different, and I find that fascinating. I think I'm fascinated by what would motivate people to join the show, especially if they go in with the expectation of dating someone significantly older or dating someone significantly younger. Because, spoiler, there will be a lot of connections made, but most, arguably, of the connections are people within a 5-year age range. So it's not a huge age gap, right? It's people who are 45 and 47. But those people aren't who they're following. They're not the guinea pigs of this experiment. It's the people who have the 15-year age gap, the 20-year age gap, the 33-year age gap. Those are the ones that we're monitoring like lab rats. If you are going in there and you're seeing someone who you perceive as half your age, even if you don't know their age, that's a choice. The show is nefarious. There is a nefariousness about it. Again, I do get the sense that the show was made with the premise of trying to say, like, age is just a number. Stop being so weird about age gaps. But ultimately, again, it proves why it's not a good idea, generally speaking. But you see the creepiness. Spoiler, I find all of the older people creepy to varying degrees, and there's levels of acceptability, quote unquote, but they're all creepy to me. But yeah, there's something about the show that fascinates me. And so, for better or worse, that's your problem now. But first, before we get into that, hi, it's Kendall here, new around here. Welcome down, new around here. What is up, home skillet? Best guy. I got my hair straightened and then I put it in rollers. I feel very like young, hot mom. That's what my boyfriend said. My hair was blowing away. He was like, you look like the young mom of somebody in like a show that has a daughter who wants to be famous. And I'm the one that's stopping her because I did it and I don't want it to ruin her life. He's very specific. So sit back, relax. Let's watch this ad so that we can get into the rundown. Hello, everyone. This is @RoKitty, and today's video is sponsored by
HelloFresh.
Lalo.
God damn it. One of these days I'll get it right.
And let's get on to the debauchery. So again, like I said, there's something about the show that fascinates me. What motivates the younger people? What motivates the older people to enter into the show? I have noticed that for the younger women, their motivation, at least on camera, seems to be some kind of misguided belief that men who are older inherently are wiser and more mature, and you bitches in for a rude awakening, nigga. Like, I could tell who was in their early 20s if they said something like that. Like, men my age are not mature. I was like, oh, you're 22. You're 20. You're 20. Well, you're 22. That's the youngest you can be on the show. And for the younger men, their motivations are...
You know how often I hear that, like, in college? I hear women like say that. And I was like, oh man, I just like guys my age, they're just like not like, like settled down enough. Like the two like interject, they want to go out and have party. And it's like, you want to date an old dude because you don't want. I would just try to find the other young dude that does the same thing you do. It can't be that hard.
Kind of vague, pretty non-specific, except for this one guy who clearly just wanted to have his moment and to play out his mommy issues. I didn't even catch his name. He says something about he wants to date a woman that's at least as hot as his mom.
Why?
He needs to be on a different show. They have I Love a Mama's Boy for a reason. Also bad idea, but at least you'll be at home. The younger men had a crush on an older woman before, or they just dated incidentally older women before and just enjoyed the energy. I will say that the older people who end up gravitated towards the younger people use a lot of words. And I'm sure there's other emotions involved eventually. But I garner that the intention was to fuck a young person. They wanted to have a sexual relationship with a young person. Now, there's a lot of flu and fla around all that. But at the core, that's what it is. It seems to be the focus in a way that generally, not all of them, but generally, these people seem to have a hyper focus on the sex, not just because they are attracted to this younger person. There's also a wanting to feel validated as attractive, particularly the women want to feel validated and attractive to this young stud. In that way, they actually are a bit more aggressive in that way, and sex is a big way for them to feel sexy and sexual and still desirable in the marriage market, especially if validated by a younger man. The older men seem to be less focused on sex on camera, at least, except for one guy who is terrible. I get the sense that they have like Peter Pan issues. They want to be around young women so that they don't have to get older, both of which are maladaptive and really gross. But I guess just pick your poison and be morbidly fascinated the way I am. As I'm saying this, I think I've reached the realization that the women are more aggressive sexually than the men, generally speaking. Like they are very much so, I expected to be with Energizer Bunny. And I get the sense that people don't think that's gross as much as they would if, say, a man were saying it. But it is pretty gross because I get the sense that people came on this show to have a fling and then go back home, enjoy a resort, but then they forgot what the show was and now they are in relationships and have to account for things. I don't know. It was just weird. I don't understand your motivation. But yeah, as of filming, there's only 5 episodes out. And I have so much to say. The show begins like Temptation Island, where they're flying people out to this beautiful resort. And honestly, I think this is the best part of the show. Shit, I would have went for a free trip. They were doing activities, water rafting, hiking, swimming, kayaking. Look at this fucking place. It's gorgeous. So in the early episodes of dating, we are introduced to a bunch of people, some of which will be more important than others, just like any other dating show. They're going to throw a lot of names at you, but there's only a few that you actually need to know. But it is hard to keep up, especially because almost every woman is blonde. I will make things easy for you and tell you the important cast as well as my initial guesses for their ages, because the gamification for the audience, I guess, of it is that we also don't know their ages at first. So we have to guess what we perceive these people to be aged. And I do admit, when I didn't know how old some people were, I got their ages very wrong, and that made me perceive the relationship very differently. Some of which I thought were kind of cute. And then I was like, no, actually no. When you found that out, you should have ended it. It just fucks it up. It really does. It fucks it up. Teresa. She seems to be older. She's blonde. She's a woman who seems cool or whatever. And I guess
that's a really good
50.
question.
Libby. She's one of the people that are talking about guys her age. So I was like, she's 22. Leah is an older black woman, I perceived. I said 44. And I have her in my notes as black lady with no lip liner. And it was the thing that was so distracting for me every time she talks. Admittedly, there's no one in this cast that I really love. I think everyone kind of sucks in different ways. Like, it was so distracting. And she is one of the people that I find very annoying. Vanille, another black girl with a flip over weave situation. And she's the one that I got very wrong age-wise because I said she was 42. She is not 42. Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer is young. She looks young. That girl is, I guess, somewhere between 23 and 25. She also looks like someone that, and I can't put my finger on it. Like, she looks like a child star from the 90s, and I can't put my finger. Maybe Amanda Bynes a little bit when she was doing the Amanda show. I don't know. But she's young. She looks young. Jolene. She's older, but it's hard to say how old because she's Asian. And, you know, was it black don't crack, Asian don't raisin? It really depends on the angle and the lighting. So I thought she could be anywhere between 35 and 50. I had no clue. Vanessa. Oh my God. Vanessa is very annoying.
Asians are like the equivalent of like of pears. Like you can have a pear for like months and it would still look good. You know, like that's the thing. So
she's also
Asian
older.
raisin,
I guessed her in her late 30s, early 40s, but she's annoying in that one, she's very pushy sexually, and
all of a sudden,
she has a lot of
exactly.
like hang-ups on like what should or shouldn't be happening in a relationship. And I was like, if you care that much, then what are you doing with this young dude? There's already things that you don't obviously give that much of a fuck about. She also has a lot of hang-ups about men chasing her and not feeling like she has to chase, and I'm unsure what exactly that means. But she seems to have a lot of the dating vibes of someone who's much younger than she is. So I guess it makes sense that she ends up with a younger guy. Okay, men. West. I didn't know how old he is, but I think I guessed like 26. He has really nice hair. That's all I knew him as. The kind of vaguely brown guy, maybe, or just white. He might just be white with nice hair. Andrew. I don't like Andrew. He's one of those like Peter Pan niggas. Like, I don't want to grow up, so let me date a girl who I perceive as 22. He has 2 daughters. I also perceive him in his mid to late 30s.
That makes it worse.
He's just nefarious.
That makes it so much worse.
Within and outside of the conversation of age gap relationships. I think he would be a nefarious fuck to whoever he dated. Justin, older white
like, he's
dude.
going through a crisis
He seems
at that
chill.
point.
Was married, but he didn't have any children. And I don't know how old he is because they don't get around to him saying. I guessed like 44. I guess I could look it up right now. How old is he? I had him guess is 44. He is 44. Bitch. I said that like I've been good at guessing ages. I wasn't really great at guessing ages during the. You'd be surprised how old or how young people are. It really is interesting. Jorge. Hate this nigga. He reminds me of my uncle. He's old and nefarious. I hate this nigga. There was something about his cadence and talking. There was something about the way that he just communicated that gave I love my uncle, but I wouldn't recommend anybody date him. And that's how I feel about that. Derek. I perceived him as an older black dude, and I guessed, mid 40s. But they don't really show him a whole lot, so it's hard to say one way or another his personality, but he's a guy. John, the dude that thinks he looks like Prince Harry, I kind of see it. He's cute. He is younger than I thought he was, though, because I thought he was like 32, and I thought the woman he ends up with was younger than she was, so... Chris, Middle Eastern dude, very cute. He looks like he's like 25, something like that. Logan, he looks younger, maybe like 26. He seems like a fuck boy in general. Like if he were dating older or dating younger or whatever, just a shit bag, I get the sense. Those are the people you need to know. And it's also interesting as a black woman because a lot of people can't perceive black age because they're like, what? You're really 42? And I'm like, yeah, she looks 42. Again, there's only one girl that threw me, and that one girl we will see in a minute. So they bring out the hosts. Okay. They talk. Again, they're going about this like, yeah, we have an 18-year age gap and it's fine. We're so happy and so in love. And I'm like, y'all been married for like 38 days. Like, it's too early to know how well that will work out. But I guess congratulations. I don't know. He's 45 and she's 27. Girl. So there's a speed dating round. Everybody meets each other, see who has a vibe, and then they start to focus in on certain people that have a large age gap, but we don't know how large it is. And once they decide to be in a relationship with each other, they're going to start dating in the real world, move in together, introduce friends, introduce family, and see how things go. And I know this is a trauma response from watching Love is Blind for a very long time, but at least they're not getting married. The bar is in hell. At least they're not getting married. Jesus. At least it's not a legally binding relationship that you have to stay in and not talk about for at least a year. They can just break up at any point. So again, they do the speed dating. I'm not going to bore you with it because a lot of the people they show don't even end up engaging with the show in any way interestingly. But there's so much to consider even outside of whether or not this relationship will work because of age. As far as experiments go, we have a lot of variables that we should have accounted for, particularly the location, because not only will it be a age gap relationship, there's also going to be a long distance element that could also be an issue. But I will say it was kind of nice to see a black woman in the middle of a love triangle.
Oh,
that doesn't happen a lot in these dating shows. Okay. Nope. It was kind of nice. Vanelle, who I perceived to be in her early 40s. She ends up in a love triangle with Justin and Jorge. And Justin and Jorge are very different. Justin seems very quiet, seems very serious, but overall I think he's fine. And then she also gets a connection with Jorge, who I hate, as I've said. Then they go old. Like, I could tell he was old. And not just old in age, but old in that kind of like ornery, I know better than everybody type of vibe. And I hated it immediately, and I could feel it immediately. That like granddad that'd be talking over you shit. And like, sure, he's nice looking, especially for his age, as we find out later. But I knew he was annoying as fuck. I did appreciate though seeing a black woman being the center of a triangle. Like, black women aren't often desired loudly on these shows, let alone fought over. And it may be immature and short-sighted for me to say that, but I liked it. Especially because I thought she was in her 40s. And like, older black women also don't get that attention. Now, they don't have a lot of screen time. The most detail I could give is that, again, Justin seems quite serious, but generally sincere. And Jorge, again, reminds me of a buff version of my uncle. And my uncle feel like he know everything and be dating women far too young for him as well. So I don't know. I didn't like him. He's also a preacher's kid. And though that isn't his fault, it's not a great addition either. Yeah. I don't end up being wrong about Jorge either. He sucks ass. But I didn't have anything concrete in the beginning because, again, I didn't know his age. I did think he was probably in his 50s, like maybe early 50s, late 40s. There's a bit of back and forth, but ultimately she ends up picking Jorge, saying that she just feels more excited to be with Jorge. And Justin seems hurt by it, but overall takes it well. And her and Jorge decide to commit to each other in the commitment room, which is where we find out that Vanelle is 27. I thought she was 42, which changes drastically how I feel about this relationship. We end up seeing her later without her makeup on, and it is her makeup. She wears her makeup in a way that ages her a lot. She's only 27. Like, when I see her without makeup on, I'm like, oh, I see it. Yeah, you're 27. And Jorge is also older than I thought. He is 60.
That's 60?
Making that...
Hold on, let me look.
Also older than I thought. He is 60.
I mean, you look pretty good for 60 though. Like, that's pretty good. I mean, you can tell, like, I was thinking maybe like 55 or something like that. Like, this looks 50. Yeah, Asian. I don't know. Like, I can look at that and be like, okay, he's seasoned. 50 or whatever. 60 though. Okay, not bad for 60. That's pretty good. I mean, he's not good as a person, but you know,
making that a 33-year age
I would not
difference.
have gotten 60. Yeah, me either.
That's more than double.
Wait, hold on, what'd she say?
33-year age difference.
33.
That's more than double her age. And it's such a bad idea. It's a horrible idea. They're like, it's fine. If it don't bother you, it don't bother me. And it's such a bad idea.
It's older,
because
that gap is older than me. That gap is older than me.
Not only is this age difference, Jorge is also shady as fuck. Okay. Another thing that he, for some reason, decided to do in the process of talking to this woman is not share that he has kids.
Oh, that's diabolical.
Nigga, you 60. I assume you have kids. Why did you hide this from her? Not only does he hide that he has 2 kids, he also insinuates that he doesn't have any.
I don't know if you have kids, if you want kids, like...
You want to know if I want kids? Yes, but I'm not going to have kids outside of a marriage.
That
that's slimy. That's slimy because he could be like, oh yeah, I wouldn't want kids outside of marriage. Meanwhile, he has been married and had kids.
Oh.
It's not like he's had kids prior to being married.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Concerned about, having a bunch of baby mamas, and he never wanted that. Oh.
I'm not willing to have no baby mamas. No, I'm not having that. But to answer your question, yes, I wouldn't mind having kids. If you're my wife, well, then that's what we're talking about.
And it's so weird, especially in comparison to the other people who have kids on the show, because everybody else is very upfront about it. Why are you hiding 2 kids? You old as fuck. It's more weird statistically, I guess, not like in any moralistic sense, but it's more unlikely that you don't have kids. You old enough to have adult children. Why lie about that, especially in this setting? How old are your kids? He weird as fuck. And also he talks so much in this particular cadence of like mega church pastor. And I find it innately nefarious. Like, even if this wasn't a dating show and he was just existing, I'm like, I don't fuck with that nigga. He weird. He weird. And he's even weirder because he's like, me and this 27-year-old, we just have so much in common. No, the fuck you don't. Oh my God. And what we'll see is he is nefarious in the way that stereotypically we would suspect for such a large age gap between an older man and a younger woman. It's like there's a power trip. There is I can mold you. I can be suggestive. He's also a lawyer. And there's a part of that I wonder if he kind of uses that thinking he could cajole her in some way or another. And it's icky and it's gross. Moving on. We have a older woman, younger man, Teresa and John. And as far as these relationships go, I thought they seemed pretty cool until we found out that John is younger than I thought he was. And she's older than I thought she was. When I saw him, I thought he was like 33, which though still would be an age gap. Again, a 33-year-old is more of an adult who's making the adult decision to enter into a relationship that I perceived with a woman who is in her late 40s, early 50s. Again, at 33, people have kids, maybe been married, doctors, lawyers, they have jobs. That's a grown man. And we find out his age, which he is a grown man. He's 27.
That's 27?
He is a grown man. And in fairness,
hold on, he look older than that though. Hold on.
Which he is a grown man. He's 27.
One dude look like discount Michael Fassbender. That's 27? He looks like he's like 35. Oh, that's crazy. He does look like Michael Fassbender a little bit. Like a younger Michael Fassbender. Okay. I mean, it's one thing looking older than you do. It might be just like the beard. The beard and the shaved head, that makes all the difference, I feel. Maybe it might be the combination of the two, to be fair.
He is a grown man. And in fairness, Vanilla is also 27. I'm trying to sink in. What is it about the gender of it that makes me feel different? I think this is something I'm going to have to interrogate.
If he grew out his hair, he might make him look younger. If his hair was like a little bit longer, I feel. The jacket, HMO, the outfit could also do that too, yeah.
Side. And maybe you guys can opine in the comments, like, what is it? Because I feel less creeped out by their relationship, and maybe that's the innate bias between women and men in this context. Because she's 54, by the way. So she's double his age. The age difference between Vanelle at 27 and Jorge at 60 and John at 27 and Teresa at 54 is not that different. It's 6 years. Like, that's still a big age gap, but I'd be lying if I said that it feels equally icky. Maybe that's something I need to interrogate, because I think a lot of people can't perceive as a woman as predatory. And that's not to say that she is or isn't, because she does seem deeply uncomfortable once she realizes that he is younger than her oldest child, who is 29. But then there's also a part of me that's like, well, bitch, you came on the show where the whole premise is that you meet people who might be significantly younger than you, and you were cool with that until the world will perceive that thing that you want it to do. Only now, when you have to say, like, yes, I wanted to meet a younger guy, is it something you have a problem with? Like, was this just supposed to be a casual thing where you go fuck a younger dude at a resort and then go about your life? You're going on a reality show. The premise, I don't get it. Anyway, their relationship is weird. All of these relationships are weird, but yeah, they have a 27-year age gap. And he seems cool with it. He's like, it's fine, it's whatever. I'm a grown man, which he is. But she's like, I don't think I can get past it. I don't know. But they stay together. Libby and Andrew is a combo that gave me the ick from the beginning. Libby is one of those girls who are quite obviously young. Come to find out she's 22 because 22? She keeps talking about how boys her age aren't mature. And it's like, yeah, because y'all are children. Well, they're not children, but you are. You are. And Andrew has this like Peter Pan, I don't want to grow up vibe, and that's very creepy to me.
Libby is my type, like spot on. Like my group chat is going to be like,
oh, he spread it out. He spread it out. He's letting his junk like air out. Also, that vocal fry, yeah.
He is my type, like spot on. Like my group chat is going to be like, dude, I thought you were gonna do something different.
It's good to be like,
especially because I get the sense that he is attracted to not just her being young, but like generally, he likes young girls.
You know, for me, it's been fun to date young.
And he has kids. Oh God, I can't. I hate him already.
Younger. Healthy.
What the
I don't know.
fuck?
Probably not. Fun, yes.
And it's weird, and he is weird. He has 2 kids. One is 14, the other is 12. He works at a bar, and he just gives me the ick. They don't show him being nefarious on camera that much. You know, he does say something pretty explicitly, like the Peter Pan thing, which was enough to say, yeah, gross. And his relationship with Libby is quite banterous. But at some point, he was like, well, I do want someone who could be more serious and willing to open up. And I'm like, then stop talking to a 22-year-old. Like, sure, he doesn't know exactly that she's 22, but come on, look at her. The bitch looks like a Swiftie. And again, she goes on about guys her age aren't mature enough. This is very obviously a girl in her early 20s. And he looks 30 then some, mid to late 30s. And lo and behold, he is. He is 38. That's a 16-year age difference. Pfeiffer and Derek, they don't show this couple that much. So it's hard to say one way or another. Like, well, she looks young. Again, she looks very young. And he looks at least 40.
Froze? Wait, did stream freeze? Sound off. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check. Good on my end. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Yeah.
I want to smash. I want to smash.
Cub, you might have to like refresh your page if it's frozen.
To me, he has 2 kids. One is 15, one is 5. I guess that she was also around the same age as Libby, 22, 23. She is 23. His age was a little vague to me. I couldn't tell quite how old he was. I figured 40, and he's 43. Now, I do get the sense that this couple is meant to be used as sort of it can be done well, because 1, they're not on camera very much, but 2, when they are on camera, they're having conversations of like what it would look like, how she would be a stepmother, and she seems open to it and like considering of it, and like what the process would be to be introduced to his kids. Like she wants to meet his ex-wife, I guess, or the mother of the children. I guess I still don't recommend it, and I still think he weird, even though we haven't seen him do the weird shit yet. But I still think he's weird for it. Whatever. Jolene and West. I was considering whether or not I even wanted to talk about these two because they don't end up together, but they are a couple that ends up at the promise room. But essentially, she has a lot of hangups, and she's like, I think you real young. Nah. Which is reasonable in my opinion. I do think the things that she used to guess his age are weird, though. She said, I can tell he's immature because he jumped into the pool.
What?
Damn, a nigga in his 40s can't be whimsical. He don't look like he's in his 40s, but damn, he can't be whimsical. Come to find out, he's a little older than she thought. He was 30, and she
30?
is 48.
Okay.
It's a good 48. She looks good. But she was like, you're a little older than I thought, but still 30 is quite young. Again, I'm around that age. I couldn't see myself dating a 48-year-old, but I'm not a child. You know what I mean? I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be as grossed out as if he were like 22. But that didn't go anywhere, so there you go. We have another, not triangle so much as it is just a little back and forth situation. We have Chris and Vanessa/Leah. This is a weird set of things because again, we don't really see them speed dating that much. Just one day, Vanessa and Chris start making out in a pool. She's the one that doesn't like to chase or whatever, but she does go up to him and steals him away to make out. And then afterwards, she's like, oh, it felt wrong. I shouldn't have did that. I'm always going coochie first. Let me consider what I need,
30
and
and-
I have to stop doing this.
Oh, I
They
forgot
end
how
up,
young
you know, saying,
you
yeah,
are,
that's
Nico. I
fine
always
on a
imagine you being
mutual,
older.
like, yeah, it's fine. We don't have to
30
go
and
anywhere with this.
74
And then she starts talking to another guy named Logan, who we'll talk about in a bit. So after that, Chris is like, okay, well, I guess I'll start
Young
talking to
motherfuckers
Leah
me.
now,
I know.
which
I
is
get
notable
surprised every
because she
time.
wasn't in his list of people that he was catching a vibe with. She kind of comes out of nowhere via the editing, and then all of a sudden they are super into each other. Hot and heavy now. It is noted by other casts that they don't seem compatible at all outside of sexually. And honestly, again, it's based off the editing. That's what I perceive as well. Again, I find her quite annoying. She seems like she means well, but she's very annoying and kind of a clinginess. I can't think of a better word than that.
Or
Like a
29
clinginess
in
that
8
she seems
months.
to have. But we'll get into specifics later. But you do need to know that when they end up in the promise room, he is 26 and she is 41. And that's around what I was expecting because that lipstick without lip liner combination gave me an age range. I was like, I need you to put a lip liner on. It looks ugly. Please get a lip liner. Like, it's a pretty color that would be great in the middle. Because of the shade and the texture of it, it kind of bleeds into the rest of her skin. And I'm like, I need the contrast, baby. I need you to focus.
I need the contrast,
It's a
baby.
little situation. But yeah, they are weird and awkward. And she has a sort of like desperate energy, and it's very off-putting to me. Speaking of desperate, I feel the same way about Vanessa and Logan as they start coming together because this is the new younger dude that she seems to be interested in. And they're both annoying as fuck. Logan confesses in one of his interviews that he's known for being a runner and a track star. He leaves when things get serious or committed, and he ends up dating Vanessa, who is also very annoying, who has similar qualities, though she doesn't see it that way. Like, she wants to get married so bad. Everyone around her is married, and she just wants to be married so bad. She's been engaged 4 times and never married. And again, it seems like she's more interested in getting married because that's what everyone around her own daughter has gotten married, and she feels like the one left out. But also she has a lot of like criteria and control issues that I think she would have had with any partner, but especially with the age differential, it is more apparent. So you have 2 annoying niggas who seem to have a history of not following through with things, entering into an age gap relationship. But it does go to show in one place that age doesn't matter. 2 annoying niggas can be annoying in similar ways regardless of age. So I guess we did prove that to be true. Aging isn't innately maturing, and maybe that's part of the thing that we're learning through the course of the show. Eventually we find out that she is 49. Good 49. She does very well-placed Botox, and he is 29. So that's a 20-year age gap. Now, these are not the only couples that ended up making a connection. Actually, as we'll find after our age gap couples are revealed, there's actually quite a few more couples that ended up making a connection, but they found out that they're actually in a very similar age range, which I had mixed feelings about. It was kind of cool that there were people that went in, found people around their age, and they'll continue to figure out life. They really got the best of all the worlds being on the show because they were able to find somebody, they were around their age, they can leave the show now. They got the nice resort, probably had some good
They got
food and
that
shit, and now
free
they're
vacation
maybe in a
type
relationship
deal.
and they don't have to deal with any of this bullshit. But they don't want to expend the production budget on a 45-year-old and a 47-year-old. You know what I mean? We're gonna spend it on the gross, large age gaps. Is it gross to basically kick off the people who are closer in age? A little bit. But do I like the transparency? Yeah. Like, no, we're doing this to follow the weird niggas. Best of luck, though. Remember when I said it had taken me a while to even get around to really knowing what to say about this show? Well, it was long enough for my camera to die, so it's been a few hours and we're back. At least I had time to fix my edges. They were looking a little thin when I didn't do them. Y'all should have said something like, why didn't you say, oh my God, your edges looking crazy. JK, if you comment in my comments, your edges looking a little thin these days, you getting blocked. All right, so now we have our age gap couples, yeah? With the age gaps being anywhere from 15 to 33 years apart. And now they're to live together, share daily lives, meet friends and family, and at the end, they will decide if they will continue dating. So at least it's lower stakes than Love is Blind. But before they officially leave off, everyone is reunited, and now in their couples, this is where everyone shares their age. People are like, oh my God, I had no clue. And some of them I really didn't know. I was like, whoa, okay. And one of the things that comes up kind of dramatically in the midst of this conversation is Chris and Vanessa kissing, something that Leah didn't know. Now, Chris didn't have to tell her that, but I understand why it doesn't feel good to find out like this, you know, that's fucked up. Like, it can feel bad and he didn't do anything wrong. Two things can exist.
Nico DeBell just cheered 100 bits.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I might be young, but what I lack in years I make up for in fat bare cheeks and your face boom gets so fucking got you delightful crab rangoon in a combo that didn't come with any. Witness annihilation featuring Natalie Portman, you $20 bill found in the laundry bin after washing. Suffer, harlot. That's still a nice thing to call you. I win, bite my chonklas, you fucking nerd lamau.
It's so angry. Even like somehow the TTS conveyed the anger in all of that. Like the speed it read it as. It was so angry. The boom gets so fucking got you delight, like the fucking delightful crab rangoon in a combo that didn't come with any. Like that one went so hard. It didn't need to.
At the same time.
Remind me to never get on your bad side, Nico. You have gone on his bad side. You weren't around when it happened, though. You were spared.
And also, y'all are dating everybody, kind of Love is Blind style. Like, that's the point of the show.
He can dig on anybody. That's the beauty of Nico. Like he can dunk on anybody in here.
Whatever. The next weird thing to come out from this is when the audience finds out that Jorge has 2 kids that he hasn't told Vanilla about. And again, it's so weird to not tell her. This is something he tells the men. He tells the dudes.
I have 2 children.
When did you share with her your children?
I haven't. I'm about to. And so, you know what?
She doesn't know you have kids?
No.
Oh man, if you have the other dudes being like, yo, dude, what are you doing? Like, you know you fucked up.
And he says that he didn't want to share until they were already in a relationship.
So,
nigga,
what's
you
the logic
60.
in that?
She knows the more concerning thing about you. You're 60. And he is like, I had to mislead her to believe that he hasn't been married and that he didn't have kids because I wanted to wait till I knew her better.
Oh yeah, yeah, Road Hog. That was it. That was it. Jack, you showed up, said you were going to the movie, refused to elaborate, and left. Not even that. He says like it was like my hopes in this stream were very low or whatever. And then like anyway, gotta go to the movie. Bye. And then like we're like, wait, what the fuck? You were here for like 2 seconds, and then it wasn't until like after the fact he came back, and you only did that so you have your streak or whatever it was. And we were all like trying to like figure out like what movie could he possibly be seeing right now. It was 2 Girls, 1 Cup title. I didn't know. I don't think that was like, because at that point I think I've already had some whatever art to illustrate whatever I was drawing that night. But still, we were like trying to figure out like what are the current releases in the theaters right now that he could be seeing right now, and what are the 2 movies he could be seeing that we won't be angry about. Like it's like, okay, if it's like one thing to like pop in and then leave, and it's like, it must be a good movie, right? And we're trying to think out like what 2 good movies that would be out right now for him to like to like be disrespectful about. And it comes to find out it was none of the things we thought it was. I forgot what movie you end up seeing. Melania. Oh yeah. He abandoned my stream to go see Melania, the movie. Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but either way.
Again, he was presenting this as if he had never had kids because he didn't want to have kids outside of wedlock. And I guess it had never gotten to marriage before in the past, which would also be a bit concerning, like 60. especially because back then people had a lot less criteria, I think, for dating. Like, people want to be treated well these days, but back then they didn't give a fuck. And I guess he thought coming on a show would be where after 60 years he meets the love of his life, and that will be different for some reason because she's half his age and on a TV show. Nigga's weird. And he only gets weirder as the episodes go on. One could argue that any older person on the show is weird, but there are levels, and he is definitely on the stronger level of things. So again, the entire group shares their ages, talk about those that had some reservations about the age differences. And it seems at least one person has something in each couple, but they all lie and basically say, you know, it's fine. You know, I had a little concern, but like, it's fine. And Teresa's the only one that's like, no, it makes me uncomfortable. It's real now, I guess. It's particularly difficult because he's younger than my oldest son. Ooh. I don't know. Again, the bar is in hell. At least she's like, yeah, that wasn't great. At least she's kind of realizing the weight of that. I don't know. John is 27. Yeah. Like, he's not the youngest person. And I guess by extension, Vanilla isn't the youngest person in the world. So I think my issues with Jorge have less to do with the age gap and more to do with him just being, it does have something to do with age. I ain't gonna fucking lie about that. Your age gap is more than her age. Like, that's weird. It's weird. But it's also because he's shady overall. But whatever. I don't know what okay, but John seems very resolute. Like, he is okay with being in the relationship. He's not concerned about it. He's not concerned about meeting her children. He's not concerned about any of that. And she chalks that up to his immaturity and not just his, I don't think it's important. And it's hard to say one way or another what is contributing to that, because I think if he were older, he may also feel the same. Who's to know? But lo and behold, the couple that starts having issues pretty much immediately is the one with the largest age gap, Jorge and Vanilla. And also, he sucks. And it's, again, because he was hiding them children. But he decides to tell her, and when she says rightfully, it's weird that you didn't tell me that until now, especially when we've talked about whether or not I would want kids and whether or not you would want kids and what our future would look like. There were so many natural chances to bring that up, and the fact that you held that until we were in a relationship is weird. And he's like, no, I wasn't hiding anything from you. I just didn't want you to know yet until you've already committed to me.
You're in the promise room and stuff, and you brought up kids stuff, but then you didn't say that you had kids. You were just basically like, oh, you should have told me this earlier. Like, there's nothing we can't talk about. That's how I feel about the kid thing too right now.
I'm not afraid to bring up anything to you. I'm not. Believe me, I'm not.
It's like, no, I wasn't hiding it from you. I was just hiding it from you. Again, he has that cadence in his voice that is triggering to me. He just be saying a bunch of nothing, and it's disorientingly fast, so it sounds confident. Like, no, I'm not hiding nothing, even though if you look at all at the evidence of the things presented, I was hiding things from you. But I'm just gonna say I wasn't hiding from you, and I'm gonna say it very resolutely, so you think I wasn't lying to you, though I was. I think personally that the person that people are thinking of particularly as the far end of bad for a show like this is Jorge, and he sucks ass. And I am also very curious what his past relationships, his past partners, one, their ages, and two, how they would feel about him. Particularly the mother of his children. If it's the same mother, I don't know. That sounds like mess. Anyway, other couple that's also having an issue, 20-year age difference, Vanessa and Logan. And Vanessa is, like I said, I find both of them very annoying, but Vanessa particularly, she is really insecure about being older than him, which again, why'd you come on the show then? If this seems like a big hang up for you, it's a lot of work to go into a show like this. There's a lot of things that happen to get to this point, but okay. But Vanessa is really insecure about being older than him. She's like, can we lie to your friends about my age? Can we tell them I'm 10 years younger? How much Botox should I get beforehand? Would your friends make fun of you for being with me? And I'm like, yeah, I understand you having these anxieties, but damn, bitch, you knew he wasn't in his 40s. Like, again, I don't understand the thought process. If you feel like you'd have all these issues with dating a younger man, why did you date someone who's obviously that much younger than you? I don't get it. Part of it is the ego trip of like, I was able to bag a young dude. Like, I'm hot enough to still get a young guy. And I think that's Jorge's thing too. But I think Jorge wants to control particularly. So does Vanessa actually, but I guess in different ways. But now that we're actually, would you like to see this go somewhere? Now we have the issues that arise innately in being such a large age gap. You have a very different
She's
life.
A regular
you have
on
a
this
very
channel. We
different set of experiences,
whenever
and
she
you're
has something
just
new.
winging it. And again, I don't
really
believe
vibe with her
all
energy.
age gaps are doomed to fail. But I think the younger person is, and the older person is, the more likely it's going to. Or it's going to be a
Just see
really
her face,
fucked up
like-
relationship that persists the test of time. One of the issues that comes up a lot, again, if we're
Yeah,
talking
and the
about the
redeems.
validation
They're
part of
also
it, like
her
I can
as
bag
well.
a young one with her, is that she's not having sex with him. He doesn't want to have sex. There are other couples that start to have sex. John and Teresa are fucking pretty much immediately, and they seem to be having a good time. I guess her reservations didn't stop him from fucking. But Vanessa isn't having sex with Logan at all. Vanessa and Teresa start talking, and Vanessa is basically like, I don't know. I had all this expectation of like all this fun
never suck
and
a
all
toe,
this like
pussy boy.
fireworks and, you know, a young buck. This kind of like energy. She's like, I expected a young man to want to jump my bones all the time. And now I'm really insecure and disappointed. Like, I want to fuck. And like, yay, you're fucking good for you. Like, you're dating a 27-year-old. He must be the Energizer Bunny. And I'm over here like, when am I going to get to fuck? And I'm just like, ew, bitch. Again, the motivations that bring a person to this is perplexing to me. But again, she has all these reservations and anxieties about his family, his orbit meeting her. And I think that's partially connected to the anxiety she has around sex. She's like, I want to be validated by a younger man. And arguably, I don't think it matters who it is. I think the younger man is validating that she's still got it. And you'll see one of the issues with their relationship is that she doesn't really see him as a person. I get the sense that she sees him as a young guy, but she cannot perceive of him as Logan, whatever that means, or maybe even a lack of interest in Logan for whatever that means. And I think that's kind of the core issue with a lot of the older people, is that they see the younger people as validation systems, but not partners or equals. One could argue with such a dramatic age gap, that's impossible. I don't know if it's impossible, but it certainly makes me pause. You can tell that she definitely expected to be able to sleep with a young guy all the time because younger men are horny all the time, right? So she ends up talking to Logan about it, and she's like, I basically feel like I'm a friend to you. And he's like, I'm trying to not get involved physically too quickly because that's what I've done in the past. I think it's bullshit. I don't think that's the reason why. Because again, he strikes me as a fuckboy in other relationships, maybe like people that were closer to his age. He does strike me as a person that would have not done great in that context either. But I think with cameras around and stuff like that, it's an easier and more palatable excuse. Wait, he shouldn't have to have a palatable excuse. There is something really gross about the frustration. Like, you are supposed to fuck me. There's something gendered there as well. Like, men are supposed to fuck me, and men are supposed to give me validation through fucking me. And especially a younger one, I should be easily able to acquire this validation system. And why are you keeping this thing I'm entitled to away from me? And it was gross. This show was a bad idea, but I had so many thoughts. Meanwhile, also gross, Jorge and Vanelle, they're having a similar issue because she's celibate, which is a thing that he knew when they were dating in the villa. She said, I do not want to have sex until I am married. But now they're outside of it, and he doesn't seem to accept this fact because apparently behind closed doors, she's comfortable doing other things than penetrative sex. Apparently they had oral sex of some kind, whatever, but not penetrative sex.
But because
and so
you had a loophole, he
already
wants
gross
to
me.
He wants more, though.
Seems to feel the need in this very, like, I'm just asking questions. I just want to know kind of tone. He's like, I don't believe you're celibate then. That's not celibacy to me. And if it's not celibacy to me, it's something that we can negotiate essentially. He's like, when she told me she was celibate, you know, I was like, ooh, I don't like that. But like, is that going to stop me from, you know, getting to know a good person or whatever? So
Promise Room, she was talking about her journey of celibacy. Of course, I go, oh shit, really? Like, damn. But there's nothing Vanelle can't tell me about who she is that I'm not going to respect.
I do think it's something that you should ask yourself why you're doing it. No, you don't have to ask her shit, especially if you're asking to see if there's a space to negotiate for pussy, like if there's some leeway in there. And that's the sense that I got. He was like, well, why are you doing it? I don't even think you should do it. Like, why should you do it? That's crazy. And then like, well, if you're going to give me head, I might as well, you know, we might as well put it in there. And she said what her boundary was. She said, I do not want to have penetrative sex until I am married. You don't have to get it. You don't have to get it. You don't have to understand it. You say you respect it, but you don't. And that is the core issue, because I feel like this is the type of nigga he is regardless of the relationships he's in, but it's even worse because she's so young. And good on her, because she's like, I told you what I'm willing and not willing to do. I'm not wavering on this. I'm not interested in having penetrative sex. And at the end of the day, he doesn't have to get it or agree that they're both having the same understanding of what celibacy is. All he has to do is respect that she doesn't want to have penetrative sex. But again, instead, he's like, oh, can we negotiate the sexual terms of the relationship? And like, you know, it's just so confusing to me. Like, I don't understand.
We've done things, so that's not celibacy. It's not really celibacy. It's really a version of what you think celibacy is.
What's there to understand? She says she don't want to fuck you.
That's it.
She don't want to fuck you. And if that doesn't work for you, that's fine. You heard her say she was celibate. That leads me to believe that you entered into the relationship understanding that you had a certain leverage to negotiate, to contort her into changing her mind. And this is the core issue that people have with age gap relationships, because someone who's much older tends to have more leverage in that way, an authority in that way. But lo and behold, the 60-year-old man is still feeling like it's unfair that she teased him instead of giving me sex. Like, that's some shit you expect from like a 17-year-old boy that you lost your virginity to and he sucks. But no, he's 60 years old still acting like that. Gross. Leah and Chris, who, again, I don't see any chemistry between, they have moments, I guess. Leah and Chris try to have a serious conversation about moving from his family. His father had a heart attack a few years ago, and Chris has been the primary caretaker for his father for a long time. But father seems to be better now and at least has some level of self-sufficiency. But Chris also has a bunch of other responsibilities to do with family, and to such an extent that he doesn't know if he could relocate. Even if we're going to think of this as a purely experimental thing, it wasn't a good experiment given that that is such a factor as well, like where people move. But yeah, that is a big ask, especially for a person. I don't know how long they've been dating at this point. I don't know how long the process is. They don't specify as far as I caught, at least, but they've been dating probably less than a month. Yeah, I don't get the sense that he is committed or invested in this relationship enough to really consider moving at all. And if there is a deeper connection, we haven't seen it. And then later we see another scene that kind of falls into that spectrum of the older people's sort of desperation for validation. That seems to be a thing that's permeating all of the older people, or most of them, I should say. She ends up getting annoyed that he doesn't want to hang out with her after a long day of them hanging out. He wants to go to the gym, he wants to take a shower, he wants to go to bed. And she's like, oh, man, why not? Oh my God, come, let's do a thing together. And she kind of like Velcros to him.
That's so boring.
Time for a nap.
You're really gonna leave me?
Leave you? No.
You're going to sleep.
Going right in.
Wait, what happened to the massage? No, can we get a massage instead?
I'm
that
down
can
for
put us to
massage.
sleep. Okay, I'm with it. Let's do it. That's the plan. I like it. I can change. Leave
You're
me
at
then.
10.
Fine.
He's like at
Okay.
2. You need to
I'm
calm
gonna do
down.
nothing. You're gonna take a shower. You're just gonna leave me hanging. I can't believe you right now. You're so mean to me.
In an interview, she frames it as knowing what she wants at this point, but it really doesn't come off like that. It comes off incredibly overwhelming. And again, this is a behavior that you would expect from someone theoretically younger. But again, it really goes to show that, I guess that's one thing to say, is that whatever attachment issues you have will continue into whatever age you are in. Yeah, I just found her very grating. Also, this is me speaking as a girl who needs space sometimes to recharge. To have a moment alone is very important. He also says that he's never lived with someone, so that's also something he has to bulldoze past for the sake of this experiment. And again, beyond that, I just don't think he liked her that much. Again, if he does, we haven't seen it. I will say that in some of the other couples, they really genuinely seem to have interest in each other. Back to Vanessa and Logan, they're still not doing great because she wants the passion and the fireworks. She feels like he is kind of tepid with her and that they don't have any chemistry, and it's something that they need to figure out. And again, I find this very interesting because I don't think either of them like each other that much. I don't think they're interested in a real relationship. But whether it's because they are on the show, because of their pride, or because they wanted to prove a point, I don't know. The pressure of being on a show like this, they just aren't letting go. And then you add on that Vanessa feels like she can't have certain serious conversations with him because she doesn't want to mother him, which is the word that she used. And it's like,
Maybe I'm overstepping. Maybe I think I'm just trying to be helpful. And I don't want to mother you at all.
I was about to say, I mean, do you see me as somebody that's you know, as your
see me as
equal,
your
or do you
son?
see me as somebody
No.
who's lesser
Do you want
because
to
you're
adopt
older than
me?
I am?
Nah.
Again, these are the issues that
Can you adopt
are
me?
innately a kind of a part of this type of dynamic. Ooh. And do I think that it has to be? I guess not. But I'm very skeptical. I'm very, very skeptical. He's like, yeah, I get the sense that you think I'm lesser than you because of my age. Some could say that's just his insecurity as being a younger man, but I think it's fair. He also says something along the lines of like, do you like me or the idea of me? And I think that's also a fair question because again, I don't think she likes the men that she dates. I think she likes the idea of being in a relationship and maybe getting married, but she like micromanages what that relationship looks like or what it shouldn't look like, but not in a way that's any fundamental benefit. And I think she would do that regardless of the age of the relationship, but it's even more so because he's so young. Like she feels like she needs to do even more to like train him. Ew, gross.
I was thinking like, I'm gonna have this like great fling while I'm here.
I was about to say, are we just roommates? Do you just want this 2 weeks? But is that like, are you projecting? Because that's how it seems like so far.
No,
Like,
I don't want to be roommates. I wanted to have like so much fun, like it like fireworks. Like
I think fundamentally that she says she wants a lot of things, but her actions prove that either she doesn't want them or she has no sense of how to go about that. She likes the idea of a perfect relationship, what it should and shouldn't look like. She wants a serious relationship and all-consuming love, but you're dating someone 20 years younger than you who, as a personality default, is unsure. And then you add on top of that that you're treating him as if he's not an
You have
equal.
an idea
You want
of
to mold
relationship,
him. The
but
Umer
you don't know
word.
how to make it.
I do think that people think that it's innately
Hi,
a
James
part
Smith.
of a age
James
gap
Spencer.
relationship. And I don't think that's inherently so. I do think it has something to do, again, with the age of the person starting out. This man is 29. He's an adult. But there's something Umery about wanting to mold your partner regardless of age. If you were the same age and you're like, I want to turn them into what I want. There's something not cool about that.
You're my project.
Like, do you
Yeah,
like them?
yeah.
Fundamentally, do you like who they are? Because if you don't have to date them. You don't have to mold them into a thing. Their problems continue. And next time we see them, they seem to have gotten to sex. They've done the sex.
They've
and
done
it's
the
so horribly fucking awkward because he's like, basically she's telling him he wasn't good. He was going too quickly or something ended too quickly. He didn't give her time to get acclimated or something. And he's like, I know what I'm doing. I've had nothing but good reviews.
Trust me. I've never had bad reviews.
Weird thing for dudes to say because the average woman isn't gonna go to you and be like, yo dick trash, nigga, fucking garbage. The average woman is socialized to be polite about it and then just leave and block your number when she gets home so you don't have the chance to kill her. But Vanessa is also grating because she's like assuming that he doesn't have any experience in sex at all and therefore she has to teach him. And it is the most painful thing to listen to. But by the next morning, they seem to have figured it out, or she's just putting on to be like, look how great things were. I finally got sex because I feel validated now. And she's very much so like, we're on the same page overall.
God.
Like, I feel like everything's fine now because we had sex. She just can't wait to report back to Teresa. Arrested Development as you are almost 50 and your friend that you want to tell is 54. Like, there's something not working here. So Vanella and Jorge are still having their weird tension in regards to her celibacy, which again is weird and invasive on his part. Because again, did you think you could convince her otherwise? Like, that's the vibe I get. He thought he could defense attorney her panties off. Like, but now they have another issue because apparently off camera, some guy said something that felt threatening to Jorge and Vanella while they were out on the street, and it escalated. Jorge and him were going back and forth having words, and Vanella didn't appreciate how Jorge handled it. She didn't like any of that, and she didn't like seeing him like that. We don't see the exchange nor how Jorge reacted, whether or not it was an appropriate response to whatever was going on. So I don't really know how to feel about that because he's very much so like, I did what I had to do to protect my woman. Vanella doesn't seem to see it that way. I'll just say that. She's like, I didn't like seeing you like that. I didn't like the situation. The whole situation was uncomfortable. And I felt like there was a better way to handle it. And he's like, my job was to neutralize that threat. And I think you should know that I know what's best. And much as we would stereotypically expect from a relationship dynamic like that, he turns into not her father, her grandfather, essentially going.
Bubby Benny, we're watching someone talking about the show called Age of Attraction. Basically, it's like a dating show where the age gaps are like extreme, or what, I don't want to say extreme. There's some that did work apparently. They are like relatively in the same margin, but there's some that are like out there like 20 years, 30-year age gaps, and they're just talking about like how like from the show and then after, like where their relationships like after the whole show, whatever. That's pretty much it.
Like, I've lived life.
You're speaking from what knowledge? You have never been in that situation. You've never been on the streets. You've never been involved with that kind of personality.
Oh, geez. And that's the sucky part about like having him, because again, like that's why like age gaps are like so tricky, because you have the person who's significantly older, like trying to parent their partner. That's the wild part.
Or that type of threat.
And you speak about what to do in a threat like this from what knowledge? You have no knowledge. You don't understand what life is like, child.
And I know exactly how it has to be handled. See?
Okay, I'm really done.
Essentially, it's the vibe. And I'm like, that's the vibe that this niggas has. Again, I think he would have this regardless of the relationship. He strikes as a, I know what's best at all times, so don't question me type ass nigga. But only exacerbated by the 33. I'm not 33, nigga. They have a larger age gap than I've been alive. Crazy. Ugh. Basically, I know what to do and you don't. And good for her. She leaves. She's like, you can take this fucking mic off me. We're done. We're done. We don't have any more to talk about. Nah. And so she gets up and leaves, because what the fuck was that? What is that relationship anyway? A fucking mess. I do have a lot of concerns too for younger people that particularly want to date older. In my experience, just anecdotally from friends of mine who have done that, or people I've known who have done that, it tends to be in an effort to replace or rework something from growing up, like replacing a parental figure or a mentor or a guidance thing. And there is something innately imbalanced about combining a romantic relationship with someone who will also be an authority figure over you. There's just a lot of things that I think are ill-advised about this much of an age gap overall. But alas, what do I know other than this ended badly? Eventually, the producers get her to come back in and they have a conversation, but it all boils down to them breaking up. She was like, yeah.
It's not really celibacy. It's really a version of what you think celibacy is. You like to dictate circumstances. You like to be in control of them. I'm not a dude that you can control like that. The power of life and death is in the tongue. So you need to be careful of what you say. That's just the way I feel.
What the fuck? I don't need you to tell me what celibacy is. I don't need you to tell me I don't know what you're like. Okay, we're done. And then they do like post interviews for both of them, and both of them end up saying something that boils down to, I don't think things went wrong because of the age disparity. We just aren't compatible. Sure, I believe he would be an ornery old bitch regardless of the relationship he's in, but I do think the age disparity doesn't help. It presents even more situations and more leverage for him to be an ornery old bitch. But I am proud of her for saying this is some shit that I don't want to be in, and that's, hey, like, yeah, I think he would be a terrible partner regardless. He talks at people, and I get the sense that he has always been like that, even when he was a young man. It's not just because of her. And again, I'm just proud of her for not taking that shit. She does cry about how she won't find another connection like this. And I'm like, girl, calm down. You've known this nigga for 3 weeks and you're 27. Relax. Damn. Calm down. So they bring the remaining couples together, and that's when everyone else finds out that Vanilla and Jorge aren't together anymore. And then from there, they show how things have been going since everyone has started moving in. Now, if you note, there's a few couples I haven't really mentioned a whole lot at all. Pfeiffer and Derek, who seem to have, I don't know, I guess they've reached a stride. I still think it's a bad fucking idea, but okay. I think there's something innately weird with him wanting to date someone 20 years younger than him, but okay. Libby and Andrew, they seem to be similar. They seem to be getting along, I guess, so good for them. But the other couples have been struggling. It's Leah, Chris, Vanessa, Logan, and Teresa and John to some extent, but mostly it seems Teresa's inability to get over the thing that she decided to do. Like, I don't know. Like, Teresa is confused that things haven't been worse. And at this point, girl, this is the nigga you chose to be with. Like, you were cool with it when it was all casual and shit on the island. I don't get how we've made all these steps and then we get here and she's like, oh my God, how did I end up here? Like, bitch, you did that. And now she's like losing her mind because we're about to go into the phase where your new partner is meeting your friends and family, namely her kids.
Oh,
and
Jesus
of all the
Christ.
contestants, again, Teresa seems the most vocal about her concerns about her children and her outside perception. What will the world think? What if someone sees us out and about and they think I'm your mom? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like,
Should've
either
thought
do it
that
or
before.
don't. If you feel so much
Again,
guilt about it, why
like,
did you get on the show?
yeah, why are you
like,
on
there's
the
so
show?
many steps that have to go into this. And like, you didn't perceive him as someone in his 40s. So I don't know. I don't get it. Like, again, I thought he was like 32, so I thought he was a little older than 27, but still at the end of the day, you knew he was at least 20 years younger than you. Like, it was all well and good until then. I don't get it. And she gets like frustrated that John isn't taking it as seriously as she is. And I was like, if you took it that seriously, you wouldn't be on Age of Attraction. I don't understand. She's like, I'm already developing feelings for him, and if my children couldn't handle it, then I have to end it. Like, I can't do this. They are my main priority. And I'm like, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't recommend you came this far, but okay. Logan is also concerned because he hasn't introduced his parents to anyone he has dated ever, regardless of age. So it's a
Oh.
big step to introduce them to someone, let alone a woman who is 20 years his senior. He's like, I've never introduced my family to anyone. And she's like, well, I'm not just anyone. But they end up having this big argument where genuinely, I don't think either of them want to be in a relationship. And it's just both of them projecting onto each other, but particularly her. She's like, was this just some fun for you? Was this just like a fun thing to do? And I'm like, bitch, that's why you came on the show. Stop projecting. He says that. He was like, is it projection? I feel like you're projecting onto me. But at the end of the day, I think he doesn't want to introduce her to his family because it seems like a big hassle for things that I don't think he cares that much about. It's a big hassle to bring his family into whatever this is, but she wants to be introduced, not because she likes him all that much. I don't think. I think she wants to feel validated and chosen and wanted. And if he doesn't do that, it doesn't seem like he does feel those things, which means that she's not
And, like-
validated and her anxieties aren't quelled temporarily. So the whole thing is a waste of fucking time for
Yeah.
both of them in my eyes. Again, I don't really see what he gets out of it. He seemed to have some reservations recognizing that she was older as well. So I think both of them just really wanted to be on TV and okay,
Oh, yeah,
you got it.
there's
So that's
that
basically the end of the episodes, by the way. By the time this video is live, more episodes will be available and I am going to watch them. I'm sorry. Like, I want to know where it goes. I can't look away. And depending on how y'all feel about this video, maybe I'll come back and talk more about it. So put your thoughts down in the comment section. I ain't gonna lie, this is a little guilty pleasure of mine. This show is ass. It's so bad, and I can't look away. I want to know your thoughts, not just about the show, but about age gap relationships overall. Again, I know some people have very strong feelings about them as a concept, so for whatever reason, put them down. I don't find that age gaps bother... That's not true. Age gaps do bother me. But again, they bother me less depending on how old the younger
Yeah, it
person
depends,
is.
like,
I shouldn't
how
say they
old
bother
they
me.
are.
It brings up concerns. And I think they're valid concerns. And there are a lot more concerns than if they were closer in age. But at the end of the day, people gonna do what they want to do anyway. And as long as no one's getting hurt, I guess.
Quote unquote.
Y'all both adults, I guess. But I am gonna look at some
I
people's families.
guess.
I don't know. It depends on how young the person is and how old the person is. It really does. Because I'm 31. If I saw somebody my age dating an 18-year, I remember I was hanging out with some people that I didn't know that well. And there was this guy there with his girlfriend. And we're chatting. This was a few years ago. I would have been like 27, 28. And this guy brought his girlfriend. And in conversation, she said something along the lines of like, and yeah, by then I'll be able to drink. And everybody swung over and was like, how old are you? And she's like, I'm 20. And we were 27. And that shit felt gross. That shit felt icky. And I was like, Oh. What the fuck? You dating a... You dating a 20-year-old. And he had loser energy. He had a Peter Pan loser energy. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no, dating someone who's not old enough to drink,
it
that's
raises
a
a lot of concerns for me. And
that's
sure,
a sign.
not illegal.
It's like,
She was always of age the entire time they dated. I don't get it though. That's all for today, folks. What are your thoughts? Let me know. If you like today's video, follow me on my social media, Instagram, Blue Sky, both of which are Kenny JD. Also, follow me over on Twitch. We be playing games over there. At this point, like weekly, me and some friends play Baldur's Gate, and it's been so fun. It's been so nice. And it's good to have like a little routine like that to play together, and
like
we stream it there.
Gate.
I also finished my own single playthrough, and I became a mind flayer. And that motherfucker, I was romancing Astarion. This nigga had the nerve to say, "I can't be with you. You a mind flayer." Bitch, what? Do you know what these tentacles could do? You would feel pleasure of which you've never felt before. Okay, but I guess you'll never know. Don't want this octopus, boy, please. And I'll see you guys next time.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
I want to smash.
How many sauropods can we fit?
Oh, I hate that like it doesn't like immediately pause when I do that, but whatever, fuck it. Anyway, I think that's a good place to like end off on, because I hunger, but also my medicine, I need to take medicine. I need to take medicine. The music on. I need to take some medicine, eat something. Can I end off B? No. Did you drink your nasty tea? I had normal ginger tea this time. I didn't finish it either. I forgot to take a sip of it. Anyway. Can I have what Dorsal doesn't get? Yes, Nico. But yeah, I think I made pretty good progress considering how detailed everything is. It didn't need to go this detailed, but you know how it is here. So redesigning B's like spacesuit. I like the bigger like dome head. I like that better actually. Doesn't feel as claustrophobic. And doesn't look like he's suited up to fight anything. He actually looks more like an astronaut now, which I dig. And his like out of like just normal piloting outfit, try to keep it like very like retro 80s type deal. Like that's kind of the vibe I want to go for, to be honest. I think the white boots really adds to like the retro look. I might tinker with the jacket more. Either I might make the collar bigger or make the jacket shorter. I might make it shorter. Basically like a tank top type jacket. I might do that. And the actual, so this is like a new character. I kind of drew him way back when a little bit. I believe the name I settled on was Victor, but I might change it. So what he is, he's a sable. He's a Russian sable. Sables are pretty much like just a flavored pine marten, like Martine. That's basically what they are. Like I wanted a short, stout character, and I'm like, I don't want a weasel, but a pine marten is like, you know, in Revelation, in oh geez, what word am I trying to go for? In relation to like B size, like I want someone to be like shorter than B, but big enough for them to actually do stuff. You know what I mean? Try to go for like stoner, like engineered type look. Like he has the big gloves, he has a big belt, he has like USB drive necklace that like I'm sure like be interesting. I want to add more like techie stuff to him. I just can't think of what. Like either have something like in his pockets or have or give like a secondary belt maybe. Or a belt that goes across his like torso. Like I like there's more I could add to him, but I don't want it to like over clunk it, you know what I mean? Type of dude that thinks it's funny to wear a dark side of the moon patch with his uniform. Oh, definitely. But yeah, but this is what I was trying to go for. You kind of see it faintly here of like the height like relation, and that's what I would have drawn if I kept going. But like I think I made I think 3 out of 4. That's pretty good progress, I guess. Satchel, man, not a satchel. I think I think another big belt that goes across his torso might be something I can do. Or bag. He has like a big bag hanging off the side. A hip pouch. That's the name I was looking for. Hip pouch. Just to make it make him a significantly like bottom heavy. Like he already has like the big shoes and big pants and big belt. A hip pouch will be a very interesting like look to it. But yeah. So for the moment, I know I kept saying that like I'll eventually have like a third character. I'm still undecided as to like what that person will be, but I've been wanting a Pine Marten like side character for like a long time though. So like this was easy enough to like be solid about. And for all I know, like maybe he might just be rocking them two dudes in space, scavenging for scrap. I'm sure they'll do things to pass the time and all that, but we'll see. That's a noodle. That's like more bearish to be honest, but still cute. Yeah, like granted, I kind of made this Pine Marten a little bit more stocky. Pine Martens are pretty much like bigger weasels, or like just scaled up. So they're noodly, but they have like big arms and big feet. Small crew of small guys on a small ship. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like the vibe I want to go for, to be honest. So yeah, anyway, but I think I'm happy with these designs though. I'm actually happy with them. But yeah, anyway, let's see, who can we raid? I don't know if I won.
You're gonna piss and cum?
Oh, Oku is streaming. He's not doing art. He is doing... What is he doing? Wait, is he doing art? Let me look. Oh, he's watching stuff. Okay. You know what? Sure. Same vibe. Let's go into raid Oku, aka Capt Grola Bear. I don't know what the raid message will be. I'd fuck that tiger, Jesus Christ. I forgot we started off with the Tony the Tiger. Alright, fine. It seems like chat's made it up their mind that we're gonna go with I'd fuck that tiger. Sure, why not? But yeah, let's see. Tuesday, we'll go back to Life is Strange. We'll do another chapter of that. I don't know how long the game is. I probably should look, see how much we have left. It feels like we're in the midpoint. We're halfway. but who knows? But anyway, I'll see you guys on Tuesday for Life is Strange reunion. I'll see the lesbians again. And thank you for anyone who stuck around after the raid from Sky. I still greatly appreciate that. But yeah, hopefully I made a good enough impression for y'all to stick around and come back again. If not, then understandable. Perfectly understandable. But yeah, but I'll see you guys on Tuesday and later on Saturday. But yeah, good night, y'all.
I want to smash.
The cadaver.